Mic's on? All right. Good evening, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. Be careful going up and down the bleachers there. Thank you again for everyone being there or being here this evening. We're going to start out with our pledges. So let me tell you a little bit about who's going to be leading us in the pledge this evening. So Lovejoy Elementary School third grader Pike Johnston will be leading us virtually in our pledges this evening. Pike's favorite thing about school is her teacher, Mrs. Tays. Pike has been fortunate enough to have Mrs. Tays for the past 3 years, and she loves that she is so kind. Outside of school, Pike loves to ride horses. So let's stand and let's join Pike in our pledges.
Hi, my name is Pike Johnston, and I'm going to be leading you in the pledges. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honoring the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Awesome job, Pike. If you see her tomorrow, please tell her, great job. Okay, let the roll show that all of our trustees are here and present. Next up on our agenda is item 5, which is recognition. So we're going to start off. I think we're going to recognize our UIL speech and debate. And I believe we have Mr. Mayfield, who's our principal at the high school, who's going to lead us with that.
Thank you very much for letting me do this tonight. My name is Chris Mayfield, and I have the honor of serving as principal at Lovejoy High School. Tonight, we get to recognize several different groups. The first group actually weren't able to make it tonight. It's 2 of our speech and debate students, but I want to recognize them anyway. Tajveer Singh and Chisholm Okorafor both competed at our UIL state championship in UIL Congress. When they went, they actually did it virtually. It was right after we had the big snowstorm where everything was shut down. They had originally planned to be there in person, competed virtually, and they finished first and second in state in UIL. So congratulations to Tajveer and Chisholm. Next, we get the opportunity to recognize our Red Ledger students, and I'm going to invite Ms. Kara Adler to come forward. She is the director of that group, does an amazing job. This is her 2nd year here, and I will say when I had the opportunity to hire Kara, what you could see was an incredible amount of talent and drive, and sure enough, over the past 2 years, she has led that group to some high levels of success, and I'm going to let her tell you about that tonight.
Right. Hello. So first off, I want to thank everyone for allowing us to cover everything from community events to your family and your children. We're lucky to be a part of a community that supports our students' passion for storytelling. The first award the Red Ledger was lucky enough to receive this year was the Columbia Scholastic Press Association's Gold Crown Award. A panel of judges critiqued the paper in entirety for this award. They looked at everything from community stories to our caption writing to our photography and our social media. We were lucky to be one of 2 schools in the state of Texas and one of 9 nationwide to receive this award. And then the second national award we received was from the National Scholastic Press Association, and they have a similar award called the Pacemaker Award. We've been a finalist for this award several years before, but this is the first time the Red Ledger has actually won this award, so super exciting for the staff. And we were one of 3 schools in the state of Texas for this and one of 13 in the country. I'd like to invite Arushi Gupta and Lindsay Hughes up to the podium. So these 2 awards would not have been possible at all without these young ladies. They assumed their role of editor-in-chiefs last year when the pandemic hit us, and they managed to convert our entire newsroom online interview everyone online and produce multiple high-quality stories every day. They are rock stars, and there is no way these 2 awards would have been accomplished without them. So congrats to Lindsay and Rachel.
Good job. Yes, Liz.
Yeah, I recognize you.
I think that was one of the unique things about moving here 11 years ago and working at the high school is our students don't just succeed at the local level or the county level or even the state level, but nationally when you're in the top 10 being recognized. What an award for those kiddos. Also, along with that, I'd like for Miss Rebecca Pollard to come forward. Miss Pollard leads our yearbook students. She is, I was fortunate enough to steal her away from another school 4 years ago, and she has done nothing but continue to grow our yearbook program, and I'm going to let her tell you about their success.
Good evening. I always like to say that doing yearbook is actually a thankless job. And the reason why is because it's delayed gratification at its finest. The kids don't actually get recognized until long after the year's over, long after everybody's read the publication or looked at it. So here we are a year later. And in some cases, we're 2 years later. I actually have with me some certificates for last year that are long overdue for recognition. We also have received from Columbia Scholastic Press Association the Crown Award. We actually received a silver both last year for the 2019 yearbook and the 2020 yearbook. We just received that recognition. So we're super excited. One of the things that I'm really proud of is the fact that these are the first 2 Crown Awards that the yearbook program at the high school has won in its existence. So we're really proud of that. We're really proud of creating a product that our community can enjoy for years to come. It's like a passion. It's what we do. We're very proud of it. And at this time, if I have any of my recipients from 2020 or 2019, if you are here, if you'll come on down. Awesome. So this first young lady is Miss Amelia Flinchbaugh. She is my editor-in-chief this year. She also served as design editor last year. So she actually was on both of the staffs that have received the Silver Crown. And then the next young lady is Kaylee McDonald. Sorry, I'm trying to find her certificate. There's a lot of them here. Okay, here we go. Kaylee was on our 2019 yearbook staff that received the Silver Crown. And in case any of my friends are virtual, I really feel like I need to say this because I do have a couple that might be watching. So I wanted to also recognize two Silver Crown winner, Anna Beard, 2 Silver Crown winner, Jude Wheatley, single Silver Crown winner, Sydney Chapman, single Silver Crown winner, Adina Choksey, Lauren Hathaway, Maya Ashford, Kylie Cass, and Emma Landry. Thank you for letting me do that.
And now I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Felamathy.
Good evening, board and guests. I'm Dr. Matthew. I'm the Director of Fine Arts for Lovejoy ISD, and it's always such a pleasure to come this evening and share the success of students in the fine arts. Our visual arts program starts out early in the year like everyone else and begins to build installations and pieces of work that are submitted for adjudication through various and assorted contests and competitions. And Bryce McCaslin, our Director of Visual Arts, is here to share with you some successes in his program.
Good evening, everybody. First of all, I want to say thank you to everybody for being here. And secondly, I wanted to say thanks to some special people too, that there's been a lot of talk about what makes Lovejoy special. And I have kind of a pretty cool front row seat. I've been here for a long time. And one of the things that makes this place extraordinary is that people show up. And it's beautiful to see a board and admin that quite literally come to every show that we have. And it's unlike anything else. I don't know if you know or if you've been anywhere else, but usually the board members don't come to a gallery exhibition. It's just what it is, right? And here it's beautiful because all of our principals and all of our board come and support our kids. And that makes a huge difference in the work that they make. I get asked a lot about the quality of the work that the kids make and how, why do they do it? Well, it's not just monetary support. It's not just funding. A lot of people think, oh, you buy good materials and you make good work. No, you can make some really ugly artwork with really good materials. It's fact. The difference is in what you teach people to believe in and how you teach them to believe in what they do. And by showing up, by showing them and telling them that their work matters and their voice matters, that's the difference. So thank you guys. I have a few contests tonight, and I'm going to read the names quick because I know a lot of people are at home. We only take part in a few contests every year, and really that's because only a few are worth our time. And I mean that really well because, to be honest, our kids do so much. And there is no contest that we have or that I know of that can validate the work ethic and the beauty of quite literally what they bring to our studio every single day. And so while these are amazing awards, they don't validate them in any way. Their work is still fantastic. Even a lot of people that aren't getting a certificate, their work is pretty crazy. So the first thing I'm going to give awards for is for Young American Talent. And this is an exhibition and contest put on by Booker T. Washington in Dallas. It's an area contest that really is a pretty key separator between work that is kind of groundbreaking and experimental. And we are lucky enough to have some quite a few winners here. The first one is Kylie Boots, and she received a second place in fiber and a first place in printmaking. Next, we have Grace Flinchbaugh, and she received she was selected as a finalist for a mobile, and her Reliquary 1 was a selected finalist as well. Is it weird to see me with my mask off? Yeah. Molly Gornell received a New York self-portrait, received an honorable mention, and then she won first place in fiber for New York jacket. Carly Williams received second place in drawing for Forewarning. And again, Kira Ho received, was a selected finalist for her paper room. Christina Marshall was selected as a finalist for False God. Thank you. Ella Ray was selected as a finalist for Burden. And Maddie Stutler was selected for laundry and fast food, 2 pieces. And next, I mean, if you guys want to sit down and come back up, you can. Absolutely. Oh, man, grab this.
Well done.
Now, the next group of winners we have are for Scholastic Art and Writing, and this is the country's oldest art contest. It was started almost 100 years ago, and this is really a contest that validates and really kind of awards creativity and really big risk. A lot of the people that have received awards in the past have gone on to do some pretty big things, as I assume these people will. I am really I wouldn't call it lucky. I'm very blessed to have been able to teach a lot of these people for 3 or 4 years. And in that amount of time, it's pretty phenomenal to watch them grow from people that are kind of unsure of themselves to people that are confident and at times bossy. And in a beautiful way, because that means they believe in what they're doing. And that's a lot of the people that I'm going to call up here now. Again, a lot of these people are not here tonight, but I'm going to read their names regardless. Renee Barnes received regional awards, and these regional awards, we are in a 7-state region, and so if they received a gold at regional, then they were asked to participate nationally. Regional awards, we have Renee Barnes received a gold key. She received an honorable mention. Elise Bell received an honorable mention. Kylie Boots received, yeah, you just walk up. Kylie Boots received an honorable mention for her portfolio. Tomorrow, they will give me grief for making them walk up twice, but it's worth it. Grace Flinchbaugh received a gold key regionally for her mixed media piece. She received a gold key for her sculpture. She received a silver key for her portfolio. She received a silver key for her expanded projects. Molly Cornell received a gold key regionally for mixed media. That's times 2. That's right. Kira Ho received a gold key in photography regionally, a silver key in sculpture regionally. Christina Marshall received a gold key in mixed media, a gold key for her art portfolio, an honorable mention for printmaking, a silver key for mixed media. Megan McNeil received a gold key for sculpture. Ella Ray received a silver key for photography. Luis Sandoval received a gold key for mixed media and an honorable mention for his art portfolio. Maddie Sutler received a gold key in drawing and illustration, an honorable mention in drawing and illustration, a silver key in drawing and illustration. I like that you walk slow. Carly Williams received a gold key in drawing and illustration, a gold key in mixed media, a gold key in drawing and illustration, and an honorable mention in drawing and illustration. And these last few certificates are regional winners that were selected to compete nationally and actually received a gold key nationally. For you non-art people, that's like an art All-American. This comes with quite a bit of an accord and scholarship. It is a very big deal. There have been many years that we haven't had any of these. This year we have 4. So Grace Flinchbaugh received a gold key for her sculpture. Molly Cornell received a gold key for mixed media. Maddie Stutler received a gold key for drawing and illustration. And Carly Williams, as a junior, is our only 2-time gold key award winner so far. Thank you. Lastly, I just wanted to invite you guys to, if you would like to see this work in person, to the AP Studio Art exhibit that is going to be in Fairview Town Center on May 15th. You'll be seeing some publication about it. Thank you.
And I have the pleasure of turning over the podium to Coach Ross.
Wow, what an awesome example of what makes Lovejoy, right? All of these kids excelling, and just in this brief evening, we've seen speech and debate. We've had our journalism, we've had yearbook, we've had unbelievable art. Now we finally get to our athletes, and it's our swimmers. We come up here and Coach Franks. I have the pleasure of getting to recognize Coach Franks, and he's going to be talking about some of the best swimmers in the state of Texas. And I think everybody understands. Any of you have ever been to a swim meet and you see the work that they're doing in the pool, I don't think anybody really understands the sacrifices, the work ethic, the determination that it takes to be excellent at what they choose to do. We hope and we know as coaches and what we do, no different than journalism and art. And, they're not just developing skills that are going to give them good grades, or they win a key, or they win an event. Hopefully we're producing people that are going to come back to our community and be excellent leopards for the rest of their life. We appreciate what they're doing and what you do, Coach Franks. Thank you.
Thank you all for being here. That was a tough act to follow, but we have had a tremendous amount of success in the last few years. Multiple district championships as a team, a regional title last year that we never really got to celebrate, All-Americans and All-State individuals every year. Tonight, I get to highlight some of the team successes. Our boys team won their third consecutive district title. We're runners-up at the regional level again for the second year in a row. Our ladies won their second district title and defended their regional title with the third place finish this year at regionals. But tonight we're celebrating our two most successful athletes. We've got Emerson Dingworth, an upcoming senior, and Grant Hugh, our superstar freshman. If they come up, I can recognize them individually. Like Coach Ross said, this year has been a tremendous story of success and overcoming obstacles and adversity. We've had multiple schedule changes. We had state pushback. We had questions about where or if districts or regions would take place. And as a team and individuals, they not only stayed disciplined to avoid any COVID measures, any COVID lockdowns, but they excelled after a 3 or 4 month hiatus throughout the spring. Emerson was our district champion in the 200 freestyle, first team all district in the 200 free, 100 free. She is now the school record holder in 100 freestyle, as well as first team all region in both the 200 free and 100 free, 10th place in the 200 free and 12th place at the 100 free this year at state. Grant, and regional champion. Thank you. Now, the best story about that, this year, Emerson really found her big event. She was convinced she was a sprinter for the last 2 years. We talked about it all summer. We really put a game plan together to expand her horizons, and she has literally taken the state by storm in her newfound event, the 200 freestyle. Now, going on to her freshman phenom, Grant came in as a freshman this year, and everyone quickly knew his name at the state level. He found that he has multiple events. He's competitive at the state level. We honed in on two events, two of his stronger events, the 200 IM and 100 breaststroke this year. He quickly ascended to the ranks of coaches small of the state calling, hey, when can we get a dual meet with y'all so we can, get up with some of these superstars you got coming up the pipeline. Grant won the 200 IM and 100 IM at 200 IM and 100 breaststroke at districts. He was first team all region in the 100 breaststroke, is now the school record holder in the 100 breaststroke, and wound up 10th place in the 100 breaststroke. Unfortunately, we got a bad break going our way in the 200 IM this year, where he would have been the regional champion and may have become the school record holder in the 200 IM. But like I said, we never knew from week to week or month to month what our schedule was going to look like. And the kids did an unbelievable job staying disciplined, staying healthy, and really helped set our program apart once again. I'm just super glad we got to celebrate this year in front of the school board. I appreciate everything that the board has done, what the school has done for us, because we are just getting started. Thank you all very much.
That concludes our recognitions this evening. It's always such a great opportunity to recognize our students, whether they're an athlete, fine arts, or academics. And then also, we've got some of the most incredible educators and coaches that you could possibly get. And so we're so thankful for them, and we just love to recognize such great talent across a myriad of things here at Lovejoy. So next up on our agenda is public comments related to non-agenda items. So item 6. So I think Stacy Dillon has a list of folks that have signed up for that. Just as a reminder, because of as many is probably going to talk on the same topic. So we're limited to 3 minutes. And just a reminder for rules, we're not going to necessarily respond except to clarify any kind of factual type things of that nature or policy. So with that, I'll ask Stacy, and I think Dr. Womack is going to set up the mic here in the middle of the room. We'd ask you if you could just to recognize if you could come as close to the mic to speak as possible, so those at home that are watching a live stream will be able to hear you clearly. That'll be great, and also us as a board. So Mrs. Dillon, you want to go ahead and start the process?
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Good evening, everyone. My name is Stacy Dillon, and I have the honor of serving as the assistant to the superintendent and the board of trustees, and will be moderating the public comments this evening. Just as a reminder to echo Mr. Collins, you will each have 3 minutes. When you have 1 minute remaining, we'll hold this sign up for you, and when your time has expired, we will hold this sign up for you. We're going to start with agenda item number 6, public comments related to non-agenda items. Our first speaker this evening is Anna Sides.
Hello. I'm just going to speak from the heart tonight. I just want to say thank you to all the parents who showed up and really fought for our school and fought for our teachers. I just want to say thank y'all. And I just wanted to tell the board, I know this is a hard decision, but this is where my kids made their memories, where I made friends. And it's just devastating to know that it's not going to be here next year. And then also I wanted to say, if you guys could please go online to Facebook and show your love to your teachers, let your kids write a letter to the teachers. I'm going to bind it. I'm going to give one to the board and one to the schools. I want the teachers to know that we love them. And I know this isn't your fault, but it's still heartbreaking to me to know that some of my friends, some of my kids' teachers are not going to be here next year. And then I have one more comment. So during y'all's little interview that y'all had with the Grisick agency, y'all said y'all were open and y'all were open for communication. I'm going to show y'all a point that y'all are not open for communication. The other day, I was told to make signs for the district, for the school, to keep our schools open. I placed the right where the election signs are, and someone took them down, and not one person will give them back to me. Those are my personal signs. I worked all morning on making those. I didn't go out and buy them. I personally made them. And I've contacted Lovejoy. I've contacted the Red Building twice, and I've yet to hear back. This is why we get frustrated, okay? Y'all pick and choose who gets to do what. There's signs out there right now, but y'all took mine down. Y'all choose who gets to do certain activities. It's not fair. Make it consistent, and then we won't get so mad at y'all. Thank you.
The next speaker is Roland Feldman.
Hello, my name is Roland Feldman, and I'll just like the last board meeting, I'll apologize in advance. But what you guys have done to the seniors this year is unconscionable. I haven't heard anybody really mention that at any of the previous meetings. I understand last year the whole world was in a tailspin, but this year, no prom. You guys keep referencing every single district around us for making comments. Oh, we're going to follow the safety and the in-school security based on what the other districts are doing. But every single district around us is having prom for their seniors. When you guys, if you can remember that far back, because I sometimes can and can't, but when you're a freshman in high school, the one thing you look forward to is what your senior year looks like. And you guys have ruined the senior year for our seniors this year for no reason. For no reason. Texas is open. There's no reason for you guys to do that. I'll also mention the direction you guys are taking this district. I mean, we've been here for 4.5 years now, and we moved here mostly because of Lovejoy. Mostly because of Lovejoy. My wife's also a real estate agent, and her customers are moving here because of Lovejoy. But what you guys are doing going forward with closing schools and the budgets and everything else, I know some of it's out of your control, but you know what? I'll be really honest. The leaders will find a way to make it work. You guys are destroying this district. You guys are destroying this community. If you guys need to hire outside accountants or outside leadership that can figure out what has been done, what's been done wrong, there's no reason for you guys to do this. And I'll be real honest with you, Mr. Collins, since you're the leader, you should resign your position and bring somebody else on. You know, I can't tell underneath your mask, it looks like you're smiling, but you should look in the mirror and you should tender your resignation. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ariel Feldman.
As a senior at Lovejoy High School, you have failed every single one of us. You have taken not only our last year of high school, our once-in-a-lifetime experiences, but our quality of education as well. The senior student body has everything taken away from us in the name of COVID prevention, when all y'all really care about is money. You don't care about the students, not what we think, not what we want, but the money. Just in the last 2 months, you have taken prom from us when districts 6 times the size of us are putting on proms and activities for the seniors. Senior dinner was canceled for absolutely no reason given other than COVID, when really it was just about money and not caring about enough for the students to do anything special for them. That is truly despicable of all of you. To rectify that, to what you've done for us, the parents have had to create and fund our own prom due to Lovejoy refusing to release the senior class funds. Where are those funds going? I might ask, radio silence again and again and again from all of you. We have gotten no information, no nothing. Every time, no communication. Not just seniors, but all of Lovejoy has seen our district's true colors this past year, and every single one of you should be absolutely ashamed for what you've taken from all of us, all of us.
We'll now move on to item number 7, comments related to the April 19th, 2021 agenda items. Our first speaker is Travis Droopy.
How's everybody doing? Hi, good evening, guys. My name is Travis Droopy. We've lived in the district 17 years now. And I'm here tonight, to say thank you, number one. Number two, it is really cool to see, we have 3 sons. All 3 of them came through this building. And so Lovejoy means a lot to us. Needless to say. Tonight, I'm here to talk to the board about some of the things Coach Ross is going to present to you in a little bit. As an athletic director, newly appointed, some of the facility upgrades that we're looking at. And again, visibility is probably poor at this point because of us fighting for budget dollars. So I want to make sure the people in this room and online understand that as we present these particular facility and infrastructure upgrades, that this is not budget related items. This is bond money that's sitting there for our kids to be able to use and take advantage of. So I just want to speak from as president of our booster club and being exposed to so many things, there's not a day that goes by that those facilities are not being used. And as we sit here and are talking about opening and closing things, it's something that our kids take full advantage of. And if you've gone up there on a Sunday, and some of you I've coached with over the years, not only is this football related, but it's athletic related. That field house is used by all sports. That weight room is used by all sports, male, female, and we have the opportunity to continue to grow that. Will we get rich with some of the things that we want to do? Probably not, but could it fund some things that we don't normally get funding from? Absolutely. So I'd like to just, ask you all to consider that very heavily as Coach Ross presents his ideas this afternoon, because I know booster clubs and parents would all appreciate that. And again, I support everyone here as they make their comments tonight. So thank you very much.
Jennifer Zimmerman.
Okay. Hi, my name is Jenny Zimmerman. I'm a part of the Keep 3 group. I've got a 5th grader at Sloan Creek and a 2nd grader at Lovejoy Elementary. Thank you for listening. I'm here tonight to urge the board to please vote no to the current proposal. The majority of parents would like to see a third option presented that does not involve closing an elementary school. A group of parents conducted a survey to the Lovejoy community, and I would like to share the results. 384 parents of the school district participated in the survey, and all duplicates were removed. 92% of the parents are against closing an elementary school. To the question, will you consider unenrolling your student in the district if the district, makes Hart and Puster K through 4th and divides the Lovejoy elementary students between the two other schools? And 37% said yes. Another question was, will you consider unenrolling your child if they make K through 2nd at Puster and 3 through 4th at Hart? And 50% said yes. I think it's safe to say you will lose some enrollment if you eliminate an elementary school. The numbers may not be that high, but you're going to lose some. $336,000 has been pledged to keep all 3 elementary schools open. We worked very hard to collect these donation checks in a short amount of time. Julie McLaughlin will speak to what we were able to gather. We also would like to note that the petition to save Lovejoy Elementary has 656 signatures. Please listen to your constituents and vote no to the proposal. It's not what the parents want. The current proposal is negatively impacting the Lovejoy Elementary students the most. It's taking them away from their school, their teachers, dividing them from their friends, making them have a longer commute, making them wake up earlier. The Puster and Hart students will be losing beloved staff as well, dealing with more traffic, more crowded classes, and very crowded school-wide events. We recognize significant changes need to be made, but we are asking for you to take a year for the administration and community to work on possible solutions. A 1-year reprieve will allow us to observe the post-pandemic impact on enrollment growth and activity-based revenues, have more clarity on pending legislative changes affecting school finance, and ultimately will allow the Lovejoy community and the administration to work together in a long-term solution. It will allow a superintendent to be in place. If the decision to lose an elementary school must be made, it allows the district more planning time to make the transition from 3 to 2 schools smoother. There's a lot of factors to consider, such as traffic, busing, possibly being over capacity at 2 campuses, and most importantly, the staff changes. Thank you.
Elizabeth Russell.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Russell. I am a second grader here at Lovejoy Elementary. I am here to ask that you who please consider option 3, keeping all of the elementary schools open this next year. I am currently a virtual student and I would really like to return to Lovejoy Elementary in the fall. Please do not make this change now after the crazy year I have been through. I do not want this to be the way I say goodbye to my school. I would also like to say that if Lovejoy Elementary closed, I would want to be with my friends. Please do not separate us. Thank you.
Robert Eschler.
My name is Robert Eschler. My family's been part of Lovejoy ISD for 10 years. My sons have been part of the Lovejoy High School baseball program for the past 7. I'm here in strong support of the baseball and softball facilities upgrade. I feel our student athletes and teams are at a significant disadvantage with our current facilities, and I'd like to kind of highlight some of the reasons why. Baseball players are developed on the field, in the hitting cage, and on the bullpen with thousands and thousands of repetitions. And baseball is played in the wettest part of the year. At Lovejoy, our players and coaches lose access to all facilities when the weather turns bad. The heating cages are not covered. And because of that, they are unusable until the rain has stopped and the puddles have dried. This year, our booster club has started to rent off facility heating facilities. This is very expensive, and we compete with instructors and youth teams around in the area. In 2.5 months this year, we've used it over 10 times. Weather impacts us more than you would think. Lovejoy does have an indoor facility, which is used for all programs, and it does have 2 cages which can be constructed. But those cages are shared between both baseball and softball. For comparison, the varsity baseball team, when we rent cages, we rent 4 to 6 cages just for the varsity team alone. Like many other sports, technology is rapidly changing in baseball. Tools are available to help improve bat swings and movement on the fastball. Many of these require permanent installation. With our current facilities and no protection from the weather, these advancements are unavailable to our players. The field and bullpen areas are unusable for several days after rain. This is a huge gap between our training facilities and those we compete with. Over the years, I've seen consecutive weeks go by with very limited access to the field. Because of UIL very strict limits on pitching, shifting the game schedule can often impact who is available to play and pitch. This forces the Lovejoy pitcher, 3rd or 4th best pitcher, to face against the other team's best pitcher. This is not exactly providing an equal opportunity for our team. Grass fields require a significant amount of maintenance to keep them playable. It's much more than water, seed, and mowing. Daily and weekly maintenance is required for the mound, hitting area, and sliding paths. But these are rarely repaired after use. By the season end, the mound does not even resemble what we started with. The Booster Club again spent thousands of dollars on field clay just 2 years ago in an effort to improve the field. And our opponents do play against us on the same field, but that's 1 game for them and half of our games for us. In my opinion, when the Booster Club is having to provide basic funding for facilities and field maintenance, that should be a hint that our facilities need to be upgraded. Thank you very much.
Marcy Corley.
Good evening. My name is Marcy Corley, and I have 2 students in Lovejoy ISD. One is a junior at Lovejoy High School, and the other is a 7th grader at Willow Springs. I will admit this is not the best time to speak on this initiative. However, I am here to speak in regards to the proposal for the field improvements and enhancements of the baseball and softball field. When my students first enrolled in Lovejoy IC, I would admit facilities were not at the forefront of my mind. It was the district's high levels of learning and academic courses offering was the paramount for our decision to move our family to Lovejoy. I am fortunate that for the past 19 years, I have been in public education as a school teacher, and I understand the decision that you are about to be asked to be made and consider. As an employee of a very fast-growing district, I have seen many bond elections and TRE elections. Some have passed and some have failed. I've also been privy to seeing school boards make decisions that are favorable and some that are highly scrutinized. In the past, I've typically tried to not get involved in school politics, especially on social media, since I know both sides as an educator and as a community member. But I've also developed an understanding of school finance more than I care to, since I'm currently enrolled in some doctorate classes. I choose to speak on this now since I have a student that this is directly impacting. I see firsthand and I hear these hardworking boys and their coaches day in and day out discuss their facilities and the desire to have their fields such as their district counterparts. In Lovejoy ISD, we strive to have high academic standards for our students. Our facilities should also be held to high standards. Our kids should have the best. If we are one heart, one Lovejoy with award-winning academics, fine arts, and athletic programs, then we need to have award-winning facilities. Bad timing or good timing, I do not envy the position that you are in now as a school board in considering this proposal. I would ask that you consider the facts of this proposal and do what's in the best interest of the students of Lovejoy ISD now and for the students of the future. I chose to bring my two students here to Lovejoy ISD instead of going to my district I work in because I believe in this district, I believe in this community, and I believe in the decisions that you're about to make. The proposal does not take away from the employment concerns currently, and it does not impact the restructuring of the elementary school. These enhancements have been discussed for the past several years, and now it is time to take a serious look at making these facilities safer for our kids. Thank you for the time and hearing me out, and the Lovejoy baseball team thanks you too.
Kelly Daniels.
Hi. Good evening. My name is Kelly Daniels. I have 4 kids in the district. 2 are former Lovejoy elementary students. 1 is a current second grader here, and I have 1 more that will be a student here in a couple of years. I wanted to start out by first saying how proud I am of this community. This has been a very exhausting and emotional week for for so many of us. But it has been a really great week too. I've seen a community that has come together to work on solutions, a community that has spent countless hours drafting proposals, raising money, and knocking on doors. And the kids, these kids right here, these kids, that is what this is really all about. These kids have worked so hard this week too, doing whatever they could to help save their teachers in their school. I wish they could have all been here tonight because they are the ones that will be impacted most by these decisions. They are the ones who will be split from friends, who are losing their beloved teachers, and who will have to leave this place that is so special to them. So many friendships and memories have been made in this very room, and it's heartbreaking to think about all of that being taken away. As I stated, I am proud of how our community has stepped up and worked together in the little amount of time that we've had. And that is what we are asking for tonight, time. We are asking that the board not make any decisions tonight that will permanently close our school. Rather, we ask that you work with the community to come up with other viable solutions to address the budget shortfall. I know that there have been so many suggestions sent to you all this week. And while I know that many of those solutions won't work, there are many that could. Expanding the pre-K program to all 3 elementary schools brings in money, fills empty space, and offers a huge convenience to families by having their preschoolers in the same building as their elementary school kids, thus increasing pre-K enrollment even more. Also, pay to play is something that has been mentioned in the past. Why aren't we implementing that before closing a school? My family would be happy to pay for extracurriculars if it meant that we could keep our school open and our teachers and kids here. Pay to play is something that could easily be taken away should future funding change, but closing a school is not. I hope the board has seen this past week that you have a community that is motivated to help. We want this district to succeed, and we want to be given the opportunity to collaborate with you and come up with solutions. We love this school and we love the teachers and staff here, and we are asking that you please consider other options that will keep Lovejoy Elementary open.
Jennifer Phillips.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Phillips. This is my daughter Lily Phillips, who's a student here at Lovejoy Elementary. Thank you for taking the time to hear from the community, the ones who will be affected by this decision. I am speaking tonight to request an approval of a one-year grace period for Lovejoy Elementary families and our community at large to rally behind and raise funds to keep Lovejoy Elementary open and maintain the smaller teacher to student, student to teacher ratios that make Lovejoy ISD so appealing. Ideally, our community would have known about the gravity of the situation earlier, and this effort could have already gained more ground, but there's no time to look in the rearview mirror. All we can do, all you can do, is to give us the opportunity to grow an effort similar to that of Highland Park ISD, for example, that might not only save Lovejoy Elementary, but also aim to provide us financial freedom outside of the confines of a primarily state-funded education. Because who knows, what is the next cut? What is the next line item? What fund is next? Let's get in front of this with funding and advocacy. Thank you.
Julie McLaughlin.
That's very good because I just finished writing my notes, so that worked out perfectly. Am I doing this right? There we go. Nope, I'll just hold it. Okay. I think I'm good. Am I good? I've always wanted to be a singer.
This is your chance.
All right, let's do it. Okay, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. My name is Julie McLaughlin. I have two children in the district. I have one third grader and one in kindergarten, both who've been excellently educated by Lovejoy Elementary. I'm speaking tonight as part of the Option 3 Keep All 3 parent group, which have a goal of keeping Lovejoy Elementary open for one additional year as a K through 4. First, I'd like to thank the board and Ms. Adams for a very informative presentation last week at the town hall. The need to bring in more revenue and to effectively manage our expenses is quite clear. As parents, we understand that the decision regarding Lovejoy Elementary is primarily a financial one. That said, we ask the board to fully consider option 3 and to share those details openly with the community. We'd like to better understand what it would take to keep Lovejoy Elementary open for one more year, allowing time to install our new superintendent and to make the transition successful. As parents, we are prepared to do our part. Over just one weekend and entirely through word of mouth, we have collected donations of $174,921. These funds are sitting in trust with the foundation, and they are earmarked specifically to keep Lovejoy Elementary School open. Importantly, this total includes funds that the kids raised themselves. Again, over just one weekend, they raised $1,924. While most of the kids chose a lemonade stand, it's fun to note that at least one enterprising young man actually set up a low-stakes lottery gambling stand. And his efforts, raised 3 of those dollars. Not included in the total of physical checks that I mentioned above is another $26,200 of company match, which we think will go higher, and another $145,000 of parent pledges. This is just over the last 4 days. In closing, we ask the board and the administration to fully consider option 3 and incorporate these donations into the plan. And although we understand that this may only be 1 year of delay, we see great value in that additional year in order to do this right for our teachers, parents, and students. Thank you.
Clint Porter.
Not staying. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for your time. And also thank you. Over the last several days, I've had the opportunity actually to meet with several of you and present some of the ideas that you've heard about from the Keep All Three folks. I won't elaborate on more of those. I think we've been very clear in our communication, and I think we've laid it out. A few things that I just wanted to kind of mention just on top of that, and I probably won't even need all 3 minutes, is, it's presumptuous. We can certainly agree it's presumptuous maybe of us to say, well, in 10 days we can look at presentations and public information and basically come up with a complete proposal that will allow us to keep the school. Certainly, I think we've thought long and hard about things that are solution based, come with creative ideas to see something that could come in place to extend this for a year, perhaps see what happens to the COVID response in terms of enrollment. People moving into the district, there's so much that's kind of on its head with COVID-19 and our society that it just seems prudent maybe to slow play this. And I understand that maybe our hand is forced a little bit, that in ideal circumstances, that's probably what we would do. I hope that there's enough opportunity for us to really consider that and take this year to think through it, gather information, work collaboratively with the community that, as has been mentioned, is very motivated to participate in the decision and in the solutions. I also think been doing a bit of a crash course in text to school finance and understand a lot now, perhaps better, some of the constraints that we have to deal with. And I think it was mentioned here a few minutes ago about fundamentally the desire to pay for an enhanced education when our funding from the state only allows for so much. That funding's got to come from somewhere. And we can see that and understand it. And so I challenge the board, independent of this unsavory decision that I think is eliciting a lot of emotion from a lot of people, to really think about long-term solutions for funding that are more stable, because it seems like there's a delicate balance. And every time we have some source of funding that may dry up or diminishes, then we have a budget crisis. And that's unfortunately resulting, I think, in a lot of situations where we're having to make decisions that are not well understood by the community and ultimately not very popular. And so it's a difficult situation. If we can look for longer term and more stable funding solutions to kind of preserve that heart, then I challenge the board to look at that beyond just the immediate decision that's in front of you. Certainly don't envy the task that you have. It's unfortunate that this is something that is having to be brought forward as a way to close the gap this particular year. But we trust we'll do the best for our community. Thank you.
Kelly Olison.
Good evening. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. And a sincere thank you for each of you for serving our community. We really appreciate your volunteering, and thank you to the administration. I know these are stressful times. I'd like to start by acknowledging that as an elementary parent, we fully understand the reality of the situation we are in. However, when faced with the decision of how to respond, we're also fully aware that our kids are watching, and apathy is not a lesson we are willing to teach. My mom was a career elementary teacher who went on to become a principal. I had front row seats to the kind of human you have to be to teach elementary kids. If you are Jackie Fawn, You recognize you have a little girl in your kindergarten class who learned about the civil rights movement and was on fire to learn more. So you encourage her to write a book about how she feels and visit the Civil Rights Museum in Dallas, where they later put your student's book on display. If you are Shelley Cooper, you recognize you have a boy in your kindergarten class who has connected with a friend who happens to have special needs. You notice that he loves to sit with him and see life through his eyes. So you foster this friendship. You teach your students through your affirming and inclusive actions that our special needs friends have so much to teach us and are an important and valued friend in our class. You then ask that they be paired again in first grade because their connection has both academic and emotional value in addition to, let's face it, magic that only a teacher can spot. If you are Becky Harper, you understand that while everyone learns at a different pace, all children want to contribute something meaningful to their classroom and classmates. So you give every student a job and a title. My daughter was the lamp manager, and she was tasked with turning off overhead lights and dancing around the room, clicking on several mismatched and different sized lamps to make reading time feel different and special. If you're Lane Collins or Courtney Knight or Sarah Jane Muth or Katie Modine, your students are truly known and celebrated for their unique qualities, and you better believe that they are seen and heard and loved and hugged each and every day they enter this school where we are gathered tonight. If you are Meredith Tays, you are first on the scene when a third grader hits his head on the corner of a brick wall, trying to catch a football, and you and Cheryl Nicholson hold his head in blood-soaked towels as if he were your own. And Wendy Kraft and Nurse Debbie keep him calm and safe until his parents can take him to the hospital. If you are Nurse Debbie Nash, you approach your job like it's a ministry, and you serve both kids and parents with your phone calls and care and love and support. And when you happen to call a mom,
Kelly, thank you so much.
when she is on her way to put down her beloved 14-year-old lab, you ask her if you can pray for her and her kids over the phone. If you are Colleen Everett or Julie Castine or Meredith Tays, you go the extra mile. If you're Miles Knight or Sherry Waits or JC McDonald, you shape curriculum and foster classrooms that feel like family. If you're Mary or Jerry, you turn the bad to good, you shape the negative to positive, you protect, preserve, and repair little spirits, and you make them whole again.
Kelly, thank you.
If you are Wendy Abear, you bust your tail to produce a talent show where everyone has a group and you can join last minute. And yes, you can haul that thing into the gym. And the only thing our kids can hear is what a great idea. And I am so proud of you. This is Lovejoy Elementary. Thank you.
Mary Dickinson.
Good evening. My name is Mary Dickinson, and I have a fifth grader at Sloan Creek, a third grader at Lovejoy Elementary, and a preschooler that I just enrolled last week into the pre-K program. I want to share my heartfelt appreciation to the board for taking our calls, emails, and for lending your ears. Likewise, to those in our community that rallied and found ways to contribute on such short notice, you are appreciated more than you know. I understand some may feel that I'm compelled to work to save Lovejoy amongst the other parents of the Keep All Three because my house sits adjacent to Lovejoy. And yes, we greatly value that. But because we believe in Lovejoy is the reason why we enrolled our youngest into the pre-K program at Puster. The reason I did join this effort is because Lovejoy is where our family's journey in the Lovejoy community began and has continued to be supported in its growth. The entire faculty rose to the challenge and continued to help us overcome COVID. The least that we could do was to try to help them from being impacted again. I understand the board and the administration is being faced with solving a huge deficit and is greatly concerned over the risk of keeping LES open. But just because the state sent multiple surprises that impacted our district doesn't mean that those surprises should be passed down to the community. We've had our fill of being blindsided by diseases, storms, administration changes, the loss of Dr. Goddard. This community is who we fell back on when all of this happened. It's not just the Lovejoy Elementary parents that feel this way. As Jenny Zimmerman has shared with you, 60% who signed the petition to save the elementary were not parents or students of this school. They all feel the impact that is coming and find it reasonable to slow down the change that we only learned of a short time ago. I'm asking the board to fully develop a plan to keep option 3, keep all 3, that would consider, along with the other 2 restructuring plans for our elementary schools, as we were never given this option. If you don't feel that it is possible today, we respectfully request a delay of decision for a minimum of a week. This faith in your community could greatly help build the trust that we need with our board and our administration. Elementary school parents are those that you'll hopefully be working with for the next 9 to 13 years. If you were to close an elementary school with such little notice, I worry about what might happen to that trust. Rather than working together to find inventive ways to raise funds and solve deficits, we will be spending our time trying to repair relationships and the trust necessary to open pocketbooks. This community values the heart that expands just beyond just the curriculum. It may be worth learning what we all value that heart to be, and then you may learn why we are fighting so hard to save our school.
Thank you, Mary.
And those that
Thank you. Jay Grawl.
I want you to know that I did get permission to do this before I do this. Statistically speaking, it'll be 5 minutes before the first call to 911 is made. I don't need this. That is because witnesses and victims are in the process of hiding or are in shock. The time it takes 911 to process that call is anywhere from 4 to 11 minutes. When you add these times together, it's 10 minutes before police are even notified. The FBI has said it's a 3-minute response time for active shooters, and I did confirm that with Fairview, Allen, and McKinney. That's a total of 10 to 20 minutes before help arrives, depending on the location. Drive time between Lovejoy and any other school is between 3 and 11 minutes without traffic. 74% of active shooter incidents end with applied force, either from the police, a bystander, or security. That means the shooting doesn't stop until the second gun arrives. When second count, help is only minutes away. You've proposed to cut the SRO force and split them among multiple schools. This is a mistake. I have a 5th grader at Sloan Creek, a 1st grader at Hart, and my wife is the music teacher at Hart. I send my whole family here every day. As I see it, you have 3 options. Retain the SRO program as it is, 1 officer per campus. Allow teachers to be armed using the Guardian Plan, or create a volunteer force community members and qualify them under the Texas School Marshal Program. These volunteers can supplement the full-time staff on the days that they are not available and create what I would call a community QRF. You could think of it as a National Guard for the Lovejoy ISD SROs. These would be members that have been vetted by the community. I'm speaking of ex-military, law enforcement, firearms instructors, people that are willing to go and do that extra mile and take that training. I myself work from home. I'm a military veteran and I'm a handgun instructor. I will be happy to sit at Hart Elementary with a Wi-Fi password and do my job. I ask that you consider this. I know that you're voting on this tonight. I ask that you would table this until you have a plan to look at all 3 of these options. Thank you.
Lila McLaughlin.
My name is Lila McLaughlin. I'm in the 3rd grade here at Lovejoy Elementary. This has been my school since I was in kindergarten, and now my brother Jackson goes here too. I want to say how I feel about Lovejoy Elementary. Lovejoy is a family to me. I would like to ask you to consider option 3, keep all 3. Lovejoy is my favorite school ever, and I have lots of favorite teachers. Please don't close my school. I am worried that the teachers will lose their jobs and I may be split apart from my friends. I just wish a lot more kids come here, and if they did, they would not regret their decision. Lovejoy is an amazing place. I'm devastated that the school could close. So I will ask you, is there any other way? Can we please try to keep Lovejoy Elementary open one more year?
Madeline Stock.
Hi, my name is Madeline Stock. I go to 1st grade at Lovejoy. I think we should keep this school open because my friends will go to Puster and I will go to Hart. I will feel sad about losing my friends. Some people that go to Lovejoy are a little too far away from Hart and Puster. In my opinion, I think you should vote no to keep Lovejoy closed and keep Lovejoy, and yes, to keep Lovejoy open. I think you should think more about the kids than everything else because that's what matters the most. I think you need more time to think about us. That is why you should keep Lovejoy open. So please keep it open. Thank you.
Aubrey Stock.
Good evening, board. My name is Aubrey Stock. I'm Madeline's mom. I'm a Lovejoy Elementary School parent of 3, soon to be 4 children. And like my daughter, I would ask that the board vote no on the current proposals and allow us to work together for the next year to truly evaluate this decision. It's appropriate that I go after my daughter because I am her support. I back her. That's why we're here. I'm here for my children and all the children in this district. I sent all of you an email regarding another small district that recently made this decision. It was very difficult for them. I watched their 3-hour board meeting, which by the way was recorded. And it was about the budget and this decision. And it was clear it was very difficult for them. But what was most powerful to me is that their board president, their superintendent could point to a timeline of collaboration and communication with their parents. They hired a third-party consultant to do an 80-page cost analysis study of restructuring their elementaries. Part of that was evaluating transportation. They opened that up for parents. They formed a stakeholder committee of parents, administrators, teachers, business representatives to evaluate that, analyze it, and present their findings and their input to the board. The board took that input and then made a concentrated effort to talk to the community. They had 6 community forums that were Q&A, a dialogue, not a town hall. They had 6 PTA meetings. They had a website that was dedicated to this where they had regular updates and again, access to recorded board meetings and recorded Q&As that these parents could watch. And yet at the end in this 3-hour meeting, the biggest debate wasn't, have we considered this financial option? Have we done this? It was, have we done enough to involve the community and make everyone aware of this change? I understand we have a budget problem. We can't keep saving Lovejoy every year, but clearly there are better ways to communicate and collaborate with parents on this decision. And right now you have our attention and our willingness to help. Please don't underestimate the value of that. Shay can't quantify that in a budget presentation for you. And I can assure you that as a new family who is building our future in Lovejoy, the trust that you can build with families like mine that you need right now is invaluable. So please vote no. Keep Lovejoy open for the next year and let's work together to do what's best for our kids. Thank you.
Vicky Porter.
Hi, thank you for being here tonight and for listening. It's been an emotional week also in our house. We have 5 kids in the district. Next year I'll have 1 in every level. When we moved here with 4 small children. I had a brand new baby and I hadn't even seen the house before my husband bought it. He had 2 things on his checklist, and that was to be in a neighborhood and the kids had to be able to walk to school. We moved from a school where most, if not all, the kids commuted, and it made my life as a mom with small children indefinitely harder. Moving into the neighborhood right next to the school was a deliberate choice we made when we moved here. We wanted to keep our kids off the bus and keep me and my other little ones out of the car. It has allowed our family to maximize the time we have at home. The school day here is already long, and between homework and extracurricular activities, we did not and still do not want to add a commute to the beginning or end of their day. I would say it was the best decision we could have made for our small children and our family was to live close to the school. Mr. Collins and Dr. Womack, in your recorded interview with the Grissack Group, you snickered when asked about the impact this decision was making on children who walk to school, saying that it really didn't matter because it was only 10%, maybe 5%. But whether you walk, ride your bike, or have a parent drop off at the neighborhood schools, the neighborhoods of Stacy Ridge and Country Brook and the surrounding neighborhoods allow for minimal time spent in getting kids to and from school. And in a child's life, that's huge. It is a lifestyle choice you are taking away, and it will most definitely affect and deter other families with younger children from moving into this district. It was me 10 years ago, and that was my our number one concern. In regards to the decision to be made, I don't envy you, and I can see that a change needs to be made and understand why. But what I don't understand is the method you're using to get here. In a difficult situation where you had the choice to be open and straightforward with your parents and taxpayers, you've waited and you've sat on this information. You've shared some of this information in the board meetings, stating that the demographer has had this information and has predicted this and has been pretty accurate over, the last decade. But this situation should have been brought to the attention of the parents back in September to allow us to prepare. Questions should have been asked and answered in enough time for us to ask even more questions. Our questions should have been welcomed, not forced upon you as a result of the backlash you received at the board meeting on March 25th. Parent meetings should have been held, and even after that, if the end result was still the same, that you choose to close LES, we would have at least traveled this road together, feeling like our voices had been heard and our opinions in regards to our children's education, not just our money, mattered. You could have brought people together to work on a solution, fostering feelings of mutual respect and understanding. The process you chose feels more like a hostile takeover than a restructure. LES students and Lovejoy staff didn't create this mess, but they are definitely shouldering the bigger part. We have been part of the LES family for more than 10 years, and there isn't a more amazing group of educators and staff than what we have found in this school and in this community. Thank you.
Leslie Tucker.
Hi there, I'm Leslie Tucker, and I have a second and third grader at heart. I won't touch on some of the stuff that everyone else has said much more eloquently than I could have said. I don't envy your position. No matter what you choose, it's not going to make everyone happy. But I do echo what they're saying, that with how this has been forced, and I realize you've mentioned this has been floated out there in the past, but it wasn't floated out there that this coming year was going to be the decision that was made. And I think that's the punch in the gut that everybody feels. So we know the money has to come from somewhere. We know we got to do our due diligence to find those answers. But I think you have a huge opportunity to gain back some of the trust that has been lost, to let everybody kind of pull together with you this one more year and see if we can dig deeper. I think as a parent that the community has rallied together in a weekend and basically pulled a fourth of the funds that you need to do this. But putting that aside, that's something you'll have to table and kind of figure this out. But also to touch back on what the gentleman said about the resource officer, that just goes to show that this decision is too fast. I don't think anybody in this room would think it's a great idea to remove a resource officer in our current climate. So just those are some reasons I think we should put a pause on it for right now, build the trust in the community, and let's see where this leads us. But the one thing I came here tonight was to stand up for the teachers that couldn't stand up for themselves. So those that have come in and they have been told, you know, we're going to give you the warning that we may put your job on hold. We're going to give you the heads up. But what has not been relayed to them so clearly is that your kids are safe. It may have been floated out there, but with the trust that's been lost right now, they don't trust that. And so for the parents that do not live in this district, that are some of the best teachers that you have in the school district, I realize there's criteria that you had to go through to make those cuts, but some of these people are the essence of Lovejoy. They're a package deal. Their kids are part of this district. They don't live here. So their kids should be treated as the same as the tuition kids that are grandfathered in to a guarantee in Lovejoy. Those kids, the teachers' kids that are on the chopping blocks, should have that same respect. They should be guaranteed that right and not treated like a transfer student to be testing every year to make sure they qualify. They need to be here. Those parents not only give their time to our kids throughout the day, but they volunteer their time and talent after school hours to coach, to do cheerleading and volleyball and all the other things that some of us parents can't do. They put in the blood, sweat, and tears to be here. They've earned the right to have their children grandfathered into this school district. That's all I have to say.
Stephanie Merrifield.
Hello, I'm Stephanie Merrifield. I have lived in the district 7 years. Lovejoy ISD is the only school we have ever known. And I also have the privilege of having been to 2 elementary schools and know how great our district truly is. I echo a lot of what is already said, and so I will make this very, very brief. But I really loved the phrase used today that people show up. And look at this room, look at the meeting from March and April, and now again this time. People are showing up. People are showing up to raise money. People are showing up to care. Kids are showing up to create lemonade stands for their district. So my ask is that we mobilize these parents, because wow, did you ever think they could raise so much money in 4 days? And so these are the parents that can help solve problems. These are the parents that should be on task force and special projects and should have ownership in creating some of these future solutions that we will need. So that is my ask. I urge the board, I urge the administration and the principals to put your heads together to figure out how to incorporate all these passionate parents and how we can bring everyone together. Thank you.
Jennifer Dagan.
All right, so we're kind of a new family to Lovejoy. We've been here 2 years. I mean, we came from a great school, but we wanted to move to a community. And that's what we found here. We have wonderful neighbors that we play with in the cul-de-sac. We're close to a school. We have small kids, so I feel like we're unicorns because everybody says we don't exist. So I myself am not young, but I have young children. And there are lots of moms like me, so shout out to the old moms. But we are here and we care about our kids, and it's so disappointing to come to a community where you want that closeness for your kids, and now school budget cuts are being put on the back of elementary students. And so this is all, very sad for us as our small community of Lovejoy, but also like the bigger community as a whole, that we value fee fatigue over elementary students. And I'm sorry, I'm not a public speaker, but there are places in the budget to find funds. Our families have found extra funds. Many people have spent money that they don't have to try to save their school. Our kids have had such a hard year. They need stability. They need to feel safe. They need to recognize their teachers and their friends. They need to be able to sit together at lunch, not 6 feet apart. We owe our kids a year of normalcy. And so we should wait on any major restructuring decisions until we can give that back to our students.
Caitlin Mullins.
I wasn't sure if I was going to speak now or after agenda item 9. Good evening, board members. I'm going to probably talk fast because I got a lot to say. Tonight, I'm here to speak in favor of the agenda item 9 that you guys set forth in the packet tonight. I'm in favor of the 2K through 4 school system restructure. My problem with this fundraiser, and it might be about bloodbath after I say all this, is that I feel like it's a temporary fix at best. It doesn't address the real issue of right-sizing our district for projected enrollment. This may be an unpopular opinion, but I can't get on board with the idea of keeping all 3 elementary schools at 60% capacity and how it actually doesn't solve any of the district's budgetary problems. I have pored over the financials and the Texas law regarding education, and as a mom of a Puster kindergartner and an on-deck preschooler, I feel like right-sizing the district at the elementary level is inevitable. And I would prefer to rip off the Band-Aid now instead of making the same decision a year or 2 from now. I'm in the same community. I know some in the community want and are ready to do anything except disappointing our kids. But here's the hard truth. Providing the opportunity for kids to experience hard lessons in a safe environment like Lovejoy Elementary School is actually doing your children a service. And I feel like we need to give them the opportunity to learn a lesson and come out on top and figure out how to be a kid in a new elementary school. That is priceless. That's worth the money right there. In conclusion, I completely agree with the plan to right-size the district. I know that means that you have to figure out a way to best restructure the elementary school. I applaud each and every one of you for taking this duty seriously and serving this community in this capacity. Lastly, I agree that with those that have implored you prior to bring someone outside with budget experience. And the man who spoke about to the president's resignation, I'm too new to throw snowballs like that, but I hope and I wish that this is a recorded meeting so that you could simmer on what he said later. Lastly, I agree 100% as prior military wife and daughter of a cop, I agree 100% with keeping one officer in each school. Thank you for your time. I appreciate each and every one of you that takes this duty seriously.
Mr. Collins and trustees, that ends item number 7, public comments related to the April 19th agenda.
Thank you. And thank you, everyone, for all of your words. We greatly appreciate it as a board. I know our administration always appreciates it as well. So thank you for taking the time out of your schedules to be here to share. We greatly appreciate it. Okay, we're going to move to item 8, which is the consent agenda. So ask if anybody has anything you'd like to pull for further consideration. And if not, we'll need a motion.
So moved.
So moved. Ann, do I have a second? Second, Marvin. All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. Okay, item 9, consideration of possible action regarding pre-K through 4th grade program structure, including campus location. So it's like Dr. Womack is going to begin.
Good evening, board. I appreciate you being here this evening. Obviously, we couldn't have a meeting without you, so you didn't have much of a choice, and neither did the administration. But parents, you did have a choice, and I appreciate that you did come out to voice your opinions and your comments about what you feel is right for each one of your kiddos. And if you're not advocating for your kid, who is? Really, that's from the bottom of my heart. I do believe that. If you'll turn your attention to the screen over your left shoulder, I'm going to go through some slides here, and I want to make sure you're able to see them. So as we look at the road to a balanced budget and have continued this process, here are some of the considerations the board has had to take in over the last few months. And one of those is the decline in K-4 enrollment and that decline causing efficiencies within the operations of our K-4 program. Additionally, the funding for public schools is not just based on enrollment, but it's ultimately based on attendance. But out of House Bill 3, those school districts that have a higher level of economically disadvantaged population are actually funded better. To give you an idea, we are funded, so House Bill 3 was from 2019. In 2017, 2018, and then 2018, 2019, we're funded about $331 per kid less than we were after House Bill 3 took effect in 2019-20. That's important to realize. So if you take about 4,000 students in the district and multiply it by $331, that'll put you somewhere in the neighborhood of the delta from House Bill 3. So Lovejoy obviously didn't come out a winner on that one, unfortunately. We're no longer eligible for the fast growth state funding. That's about $1 million hit for us. And the way that the state does that is they take the top 25% of all school districts, and then those that are in that top 25% of growth are funded for the fast growth allotment, and those that are outside of it, which we are the 8th below the line, we're 8 below that 25. That's a hit of about $1 million to the budget. Our local revenue sources are depressed this school year. Obviously, COVID is a part of that, and hopefully we can right-size that by not having or by actually having events and other local revenue sources. And then probably the biggest one, and most of you talked about it this evening, but you didn't know you were actually talking about this item, and that's the potential legislative repeal for charging tuition. That's a double whammy for the school district. The first one is that's a loss of about $1 million per year on just collection of tuition. And why do I say potential legislative repeal? Because there were two bills filed. One is House Bill 1525, and the other one is Senate Bill 1536 that were filed that would remove Lovejoy's ability to charge students that live outside the district tuition. House Bill 1525 actually passed through the House Education Committee, but they removed the repeal language from that. The Senate bill does still carry, they also approved it through the House or through the Senate Education Committee, and it does still include the repeal for that, which the repeal language was originally brought forward by the author of 1536 from the Senate. And so we would expect that. But the second whammy is, as we've been going through budget development with the board, one of the big items, if you go back and look at some of the presentations we did prior to March, is looking at expanding our revenue from tuition paid students and utilizing or expanding that tuition paid opportunity to increase our revenue to help with the shortfall that we're projecting for 2021, 2022. So in March, when we move forward, well, before we get to March, let me show you this. So this has been our timeline budget, our timeline for budgeting. November, December, February, and then crunch time down into March moving forward. Well, there's been some impactors to that, and one of those is that last item that I talked about. Oops, sorry. The very last bullet there, the potential legislative repeal. So if you press forward, those two bills got submitted on March 12th, which was the last date that you could file bills down in the legislature. And so then on March 15th, we did inform the board of those bills. However, we actually spent the majority of that particular meeting debating face masks for the remainder of the school year based on the governor's order to remove them, and then TEA saying, no, you got to keep them unless your school board decides differently. So that's where we spent the 15th. So the 25th that was brought up earlier was the first opportunity to actually make it public about, hey, we're not going to be able to charge tuition anymore. Therefore, we're not going to be able to, count on the $1 million that we've been receiving in funding from tuition payers, but we're also not going to be able to count on expanding tuition to help cover the additional shortfall or the projected shortfall. So on the 25th is when we came forward with a declaration to make programmatic changes. And part of that declaration was to reconfigure our K-4 campuses to remove the inefficiencies that we obviously have there. And I'll show you why we have those in just a moment. And then we were supposed to move forward with that budget, but as was noted earlier, on April 12th, last Monday, we did hold a town hall on the budget and the K-4 configuration, which was important. It gave everyone an opportunity to come forward and provide some of commentary to the board about what you feel and believe. Unfortunately, and I don't disagree with several of our speakers that said that could we have structured this differently to allow more input or allow more opportunity for review. And I would just submit that possibly, but we're really on a very tight timeline from the March 12th filing to where we were on March 25th to even the town hall on March 12th, that piece of it. And that's just one sliver or part of the overall budget plan to fill the $6 million gap that we have. So here we are on April 19th, and we're looking at the employment areas that are affected by the programmatic changes that you declared on March the 25th. And the next 3 weeks after tonight is really spent on going through the criteria from policy on those employment areas and the employees in those areas. And then having individual meetings with those employees, not the ones that could be impacted, but the ones that are actually impacted, and then notifying those employees of opportunities within the open positions that we have. One of the good things that the board did on the 25th was to offer an incentive for early notification of resignation. In school speak, and the one lady that was a school teacher at another district, you'll know this, that teachers don't like to announce their departing a district until May for whatever reason. By doing an early incentive, we were successful in getting more folks to come forward that were planning on either retiring or resigning for various reasons. They are moving away from the district. Either their spouse got a transfer or something of that nature. They're physically moving away. Some are seeking advanced degrees. Some are going to work in other districts that are closer to where they reside. So whatever the reason is, we were able through that early incentive to go ahead and identify positions that would be open for next year that would allow us to fill them with anyone that was impacted by the employment areas that are affected over the restructure. And so our bottom line is we need to issue contracts on the night of May the 10th, or we need to issue non-renewals on the night of May the 10th. And on a non-renewal, the law is very specific and clear on that we are required to hand deliver those notices to our employees. And so we need to have a little bit of time to physically do that. And then we also have to deliver the contracts. We don't have to hand deliver them, which is good. So delivering of the contracts, the bottom line is by May 14th, all of our employees need to know one way or another what their future is here at Lovejoy, regardless of the employment area. That's the case going forward. So as we've looked at that and moving forward on our K-4 program, it's important to take a look back at our current structure. Everyone knows what our structure is. We've got 3 elementary buildings that are Lovejoy, Hart, and Puster. We have a 5-6 campus of Sloan Creek and a 7-8 campus of Willow, and then the high school of 9 through 12. We have an administration building, and we have 10 portable buildings in the district. 5 of them are located behind the administration building. 3 of them are located at Hart, and 2 over at Sloan Creek. And so as we look at our population and the way that our growth has occurred and how our decline in our K-4, you can really see that through this graph. And this is a graph that we've shown the board. I think this is your probably 5th or 6th time to see this. It is directly out of our demographic study. And really what you'll notice is that blue line is our K through 4 population group, as well as the yellow line that's inversely relational to the blue line is our high school group. And when you look at our overall growth in the district, the yellow line is accurate that we are continuing to grow in our 9 through 12 program. But at the same time, we are declining in enrollment with our K through 4 program. And our 5th, 6th grade and 7th and 8th grade campuses are staying pretty flat as a whole. And those are identified at the very bottom of that graph. One of the things, and I know this text is really small and I apologize for that, but I'll try to read the highlights. That very first bullet talks about the past growth coming from new building. And so our new houses coming into the district. Now that the district's about 95% built out, we're not receiving the same level of growth, student population growth from new houses. That doesn't mean that the district's completely out of new houses. There are some developments still occurring within the district, and we will continue to see some level of growth from those new developments. But typically, the aging population of our students is what's partially leading to that decline in our K-4 program. So to give you an example, we will graduate 376 seniors this year. And from that, we only grew by 178 kinder students this year. So 376 is exiting with 178 coming in. And so that's what the demographer is talking about when she says the aging of our current student population. And really, that's not new. Lovejoy has always had a larger proportion of older students from our younger students. However, what is new is since 2015, it's become more defined. It's more evident and clear within the actual numbers of growth or decline in those populations. The second one is that second bullet up there, student density in built out neighborhoods. Since 2015, we're seeing, or the demographer is seeing less regeneration of students by the flipping of homes. So an empty nester moves out, a new family moves in. Those are primarily in those built out neighborhoods. We're seeing less of that. In fact, she says that the empty nesters are staying at a higher frequency or a higher rate than they did prior to 2015. So from 2015 to current, when this study was done and delivered in January of 2020, just 2 months before the pandemic hit, she was seeing the empty nesters not moving out of the district. And I think part of that is they just like many of our families spoke tonight, that they like the atmosphere here, they like their community, they like their neighborhood, and they want to stay. Or they don't want to sell their home here and then go find a home somewhere else. Could be another option for them. However, I think the very bottom line or the very bottom dot up on that screen is the most dramatic influencer of future enrollment projections is really due to our aging students. And what that's talking about is when people do come to the district, they're typically going to be in that 6th grade through 12th grade range. That's where we see the most of our actual enrollments. When you look at the graph of our load projections for our K-4, this is what it looks like, about a 15% decline over the next 10 years. As several of our parents have said that even if we delayed 1 year, we would still have to face this at some point in the future. Now, there may be some opportunities there to bring in some additional transfer students just at elementary. Unfortunately, that hasn't been an area that we've gotten many transfers. In fact, since 2013, when we started our transfer program, the elementary grades, the K through 4, is very light on the number of transfers. When I say very light, I don't know the exact number, but I can tell you with a level of certainty that in your upper grade levels, it's very high. And so very light, very high on the secondary. When the board made the decision to allow a change to the transfer program, when we counted them last week, towards the end of last week, we had somewhere around 80. Now we have another stack, so it's not like they're completely, but around the time frame that we actually did the counting, We had about 80 applications. Of those 80, 16 were K4. So of those 80 applications that we've already received.
Starting Monday. Was it Monday?
Starting
last week when we approved
Yes,
the change.
on the 12th. They started on the 12th. We've gotten 80 applications. Of those 80, 16 were K4. And of those, the largest amount of them were in kinder. And we had 0 at that time of second, third, and fourth grade applications. And why is that? Well, it really comes down to they're already embedded in a campus that they love, just like our young leopards came up and talked tonight about how much they love their school and love their teachers. And that's really indicative of the application process. We're seeing the same exact information there, that we have fewer, or actually 0 in second, third, and fourth grade because they love where they're at. For the very same reasons why we love Lovejoy Elementary, because we can walk to it. We're already there. We love our teachers. We love our principal. The folks that do choose to submit an application and the primarily in the K and 1 area is because they haven't been embedded yet at their local campus, most likely. But that would definitely explain it. Now, of those 80, the majority are middle school and high school, really starting at 7th through 12th grade. Some are in the 5th and 6th grade, but primarily in 7th through 12. As I said earlier, that's when we counted as of last week. Stacy's got a big old stack going of applications as they come in. Some aren't complete. And so we don't count those in our grouping because we send them back to be completed more appropriately. And so as we come along with those numbers, we'll obviously provide the board an update for those. So when we look at the 3 attendance zones of Custer, Lovejoy Elementary there in purple, and Hart in green, you can see where our current enrollment is of 418, 345, and 444. And that's just K through 4th grade. And unfortunately, when you look at these numbers, can we support all of those students in 2 buildings? And the answer to that is yes, we can. We can easily provide the same education, the same class sizes that we have today in 2 buildings versus 3. Let me repeat that. We can provide the same education, the same class sizes that we have today in 2 buildings rather than 3. What we can't do is we can't take everyone on the north end of the district and consolidate them into the center of the district because there's not enough physical space to do that. We can't take everybody in the southern portion of the district where it's green and move them up and to the purple area because there's not enough capacity to do that. Either method of consolidating, whether it is a K2, 3-4 campus or 2 K4 campuses, the data is the same, that we can provide either one of those methods in 2 buildings. So the inefficiency of continuing our K4 program in 3 buildings doesn't make financial sense. It may make emotional sense and logical sense from those that love the program, but it doesn't make financial sense moving forward on there.
Hey, can I ask a question real quick? The percentages that you see up there, what are those percentages from?
So if you take the actual decline in enrollment from the 418 to the 373, you'll get 11% decline, and the same moving down. Just to remind you again, the reason why you see such a dramatic decline at Lovejoy Elementary is what the demographer said, that in our built-out neighborhoods, we're not seeing the flipping of homes as frequently prior to 2015 that we see after 2015. So the neighborhoods such as Country Brook, Stacy Ridge, those neighborhoods are not producing or are giving us the same level of enrollment for our K-4 campus that we get in other parts of the district. And it is what it is in terms of the data itself. So if you take a look at the potential of a restructure, we gave the board two options, really one, which is the most efficient option, and that's to go with a K2 campus and a 3-4 campus. It saves the district about 1.6 million. It reduces the number of sections that we have to provide by spreading it out onto two campuses. That 22 students per classroom per section is state law. That's what we follow today. So whether you're at Lovejoy Elementary, Hart, or Puster, you're already capped at a 22-1 in those grade levels for each of the grade levels. And that's why a lot of times when we have to close a grade level at a campus, let's say that we have open seats at Hart and we don't have any open seats at Puster, we often have to ask someone to transfer down to Hart to fill an open seat. So we do actually cap out at some of the campuses based on the number of enrollees versus the number of sections that we have. And then we fill in open seats at the other two campuses where they're available. So that's what we do today. In this K2, 3, 4 model, instead of having inefficiencies at 3 campuses per K2 or per 3, 4 grade levels, we would consolidate all those onto one site and not have the open seat scenario at all 3 sites, if that makes sense. On the second option that's up there, it's a little less efficient. It's about $300,000 less efficient, and that's our having 2 K4 campuses. And so the reason why that's less efficient is it kind of goes back to an analogy that we've used over and over and over, and it sounds like a broken record of flying airplanes, right? So if you can fly 2 airplanes and fill them up, then you're only hiring the crew, the ground crew one time for each of those planes. You're hiring 1 pilot for those and so forth and so on. You're only maintaining 2 airplanes instead of 3 by moving the students to fill the empty seats that you already have in your other 2 airplanes. So let's take a look at the first one. This was doing a potential restructure where we do a K2, 3, 4. As I said earlier, it is the most efficient. It saves about 1.6 million out of 23 positions. And I want to make that clear that those are positions. As I said earlier, the number of staff that have already notified the district that they are not returning next year because they are choosing not to return, not because we have told them they're not returning, is within these 23 positions. Not all of those are teachers, but the number of teachers that we do have district-wide in our K-4 program, it's very, very likely we won't have to ask any of those to leave because they'll fill open positions that we do have because you offered the early incentive for notification. That's a good thing. So we're not going to lose the beloved teacher unless that beloved teacher already had chosen to leave on their own accord. How many as of today compared to how many for the restructuring, or how many are in the proposed budget? So as I said earlier, that 23 doesn't represent the total number of teachers. That only represents the number of positions on that particular campus. So if let's say if we were needing to reduce by 15 teachers, we currently have about 35 that have already acknowledged that they are leaving the district. Like about 56. Yeah, somewhere in there. So we're okay. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Dennis, did you hear that? Dennis, can you expand on that?
Answer for me? Yep. Actually, let me have Musers just answer that because he's more. Sure. Right.
Is our people. And so if we can really explain that we're maybe not going to lose anybody. So be real clear about that.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Yes. So we had 35, we've had 35 teachers take advantage of the early incentive resignation notice. And in this model, the most efficient model with the K2, 3, 4, that would include a reduction in force of 11 teachers. So we have more than 11 openings in the district for those teachers. So that's why we're so careful to be sure that that we always discuss positions that are being reduced and not people. So as we become more efficient, we also have become more aware of openings within the district due to retirements and the myriad reasons of resignations that occur. So again, 35 teachers. If the board chose this model, there would be 11 teachers that would experience a reduction in force. However, we have more than 11 openings within the district that they'd be eligible for. So, you know, I do think it is very important, as Ms. Smith just said, to draw that distinction that we're not talking about the elimination of, even when we're talking about the reconfiguration of K through 4, it does not mean every Lovejoy teacher, every Lovejoy elementary school teacher is losing their position. It means that we go through our policy process, identify the teachers that could be impacted, which we've already done, had those individual and thorough conversations with them. And we've had 0 resignations from that group because they are interested in remaining in Lovejoy and waiting to see what the process is as the board makes these very important decisions. And so as we've committed to them, after the board makes their final decision about the model that will be in place for K through 4, we will now go back to those employees that we've spoken to individually and let them know that, again, we have more than enough positions for them should they still have an interest in working in Lovejoy.
Does that answer Amy and Barrett? Yes, sir. As long as they're certified for that, which if it's an elementary position, most of our elementary teachers can move from a grade level to another grade level.
Okay.
Or with
Thank
them.
you. To clarify, so you're saying, I think you said that there's a good possibility there might not be any reduction in force in the existing K through 4 teacher positions. Is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
Under either scenario?
Yes, sir. There's a high likelihood that we'll have an open position now, whether or not a teacher wants to move into that role. And the role could be, I'm teaching kinder and I might have to go to 4th grade, and that may not feel comfortable and may not be willing to do that, but at least the option will be there.
Right. In our board book, we have at least 13 already teachers at the elementary school level that have done the voluntary, they're already retiring or wherever they're headed, right?
Yes,
So
sir.
that's more than what we would be potentially impacting.
Yes, sir. If you look at the other model, which is the 2K4 campuses, what you're going to see is that it's less efficient. It takes about 61 sections for the 2021 school year, the 21-22 school year. And so that's 5 additional teachers. It's a little less efficient because now you are creating those pockets on both campuses. So when we talked about flying the airplane, we are going to have some empty seats in both airplanes in this model that we are duplicating. So we're going to have open seats in 4th grade at 2 sites versus on the other model, just 1 site, for example. And so you see a reduction of 18 positions total. Again, those aren't all teachers. Those are positions across the campus, across the K4 campuses. And that still holds to the 22-to-1 ratio that we have today. It's been in place forever, not literally, but figuratively for the last few decades of caps on our K-4 program. So regardless of the model that we use, the most efficient saves you 1.6, 23 positions. And then the other one, which is 2 K-4 campuses, saves you about 1.3, about a $300,000 delta, and is 18 positions, but they're all capped at the 22-to-1 regardless of the model itself, if that makes clear on. We're not increasing the size of our classes by any stretch. We are increasing the number of students in the building to more effectively utilize the facility that we have available. Any questions on that piece? So if we took a look, and I know several of our community members here have asked about, could we keep Lovejoy Elementary and potentially move everyone from the north end of the district south? And yeah, you could do that. The reality is that, as I said earlier, there's not enough capacity at Lovejoy Elementary School to fit all of Lovejoy Elementary School and all of the Puster elementary students. So to be able to move everyone from the north downward, you would have to move a portion of the purple down as well. And so I drew a line here showing where that split could occur to be able to then have two equally or semi-equally schools in terms of capacity. The reason why Puster it would be one of our choices, especially if we went with the K2 model, is having 3 grade levels at that campus, is because Puster has a higher capacity, functional capacity than Hart and Lovejoy. Puster, we talk about functional capacity in round numbers, and we typically use, and the demographer even uses it in her report if you were to peruse it, of 650. Now, that's a round number. If you take 22 kids and actually multiply it by 30, you get 660. I know it's a 10 student difference, but that's just the way we've always done it in terms of when we talk about capacity. The 650 number would actually be 660 when you multiply. And if you filled the campus at all classes at 22-to-1, which is not really feasible because the kids don't come to us perfectly aligned to that 22-to-1 for the number of sections per grade level that we have. So looking at Puster has that higher capacity, it would make sense to place 3 grade levels in that building versus a 2 grade level scenario. If you looked at the south end of the district, and if we had Lovejoy Elementary participate as the campus in the south, so we drew the line where obviously Lovejoy would be within that attendance zone. And that one does actually split Stacy Ridge and Country Brook right down the middle. So not really wanting to do that. This wouldn't be my choice if I was making it, but it does allow for the kids on the south end of the district to come up into Lovejoy Elementary. But it does also push some kids further north that are currently attending Lovejoy that would have to go to Puster to be able to make that work. Again, there's not enough capacity at this facility to house all of Hart and all of the Lovejoy students in there. So if we were to make a split and go with the K4 campuses, it would be our recommendation that we actually do 2 K4s and not a K2 and a 3-4 as an administration. And the reason for that is logistically, the thoroughfares out here would not tolerate a K2 and a 3-4 split on the opposite ends of the district. And if you think about that, the number of families that would have to drive all the way from, say, Slagos and Brockdale Park, all the way north to a K2 campus. And then at the same time, everyone on the north end of the district from Nature Place to Serenity to Tranquility Farms would all be driving south down that same 2-lane road. It's not like it's a 4-lane divided thoroughfare that we're talking about. So logistically, it would be much more difficult to have a K2 on the north end and a 3-4 on the south end, even though it is the most efficient model and provide the most savings financially to the district. It's probably not the most feasible of the two. Having two K2 campuses, K4 campuses, would be much more feasible with the infrastructure that we have within the community as a whole. Is there any questions about that? No? So if the board were to choose to go with two K4s, then we would recommend that we fill the delta of the 300,000 difference from that efficiency to meet our $6 million shortfall. We would recommend that we increase the number. The board set a limit on the number of transfers that you wanted in the district at 350 students. And so we were budgeting on 265 of those students, allowing us for the other 85 to be, if they came, that we would put that money into fund balance to refund what you're going to pull out of fund balance this year, which we're estimating around 3.1 million out of current budget year from our COVID expenses and our lack of local revenue, as I talked about earlier. So if you were to go with this model of two K4s, you could allow us to increase what we're willing to budget on up by 35 students to cover that $300,000 delta between the two, and we would budget for that. Now, again, we're projecting in this 300 transfers would come into the district. We know we have the seats available in our program, especially when you look at it from a K-12 perspective. We know approximately the number of kids that we anticipate coming to school next year. We know how many kids we actually have today. And so if you age them up 1 year and then add the number of additional or growth that we would anticipate occurring, we are confident that we can fill 300 seats without impacting our classrooms. Really, that comes down to about 1 kid per class per section or a class period, or at the elementary level, it'd be 1 per classroom. Marta?
Do we have room for these kids at the upper grades if we're receiving currently applications that are more oriented towards the upper grades?
So when you take a look at our upper grade levels, especially our 5th through 8th grade, if we start there, we are staffed to be able to bring in that number of kids, and we have our own internal cap on what that is per grade level. And off the top of my head, I believe it's 70 at our 7th and 8th grade campus. I believe it's 100 at our 5th and 6th grade campus, and then it's around 100 to 120 at our 9 through 12 campus. And so those capacities already exist. Now, as our resident kids fill those seats, then that will lower the number of transfer students we can take or would be willing to take, even if we're under your 350 cap that you've set. So as our resident kids, if they chose to go to private school for this year because of COVID reasons or whatever it might be, and they decide to come back, then as they fill a seat, that's going to be 1 less seat that we would be willing to give to a transfer student, because we want to balance out with our total number of kids in the building or in that class or in those classes at the secondary level. Yeah, Jeff?
know when we made the modifications to the transfer program, at least personally for me, part of it was in response to the news about what the state legislature might do with tuition. And part of it was the declining enrollment in the elementary schools. And I'm just speaking for myself personally, and I know it's only been a week since the applications have gone out, but you said we've had 16 K through 4, predominantly in K and some in first, right?
Yes.
But, and I know there's more to be counted, and I'd be interested in learning that data on a kind of a recurring basis. But so far, 0 second graders, 0 third graders, and 0 fourth graders?
Yes, sir.
Okay. To get to this 300, right, with this model? Correct me if I'm wrong. We need 300 transfers and seats, correct?
Yes, sir.
How likely are we to accomplish that?
I think the demand for our upper grade levels is high. I think that the reputation of the district, the quality of the programs that we offer, those academically and extracurricularly, is a driver for students or families that want to choose a different setting. I think that our criteria for entry, which is rigorous, is kind of a safety point. And as we begin the review of those applications, I don't know I couldn't tell you what percent would be declined, but I know that not all of them will meet our criteria just from past experience since 2013 on people that were even willing to pay $11,000 to come here per year. They didn't always meet the criteria, even if they were willing to pay. And so I'm assuming that's going to be the same with the transfer program. So the likelihood of meeting the 300 student is high. I really do believe that. I think poor Miss Stacy down there, who talks to about 100% of those applicants, wouldn't you say, Miss Stacy, about 100% of them? She explains the process. She explains, I'm telling you, she's probably doing 100 calls a day. No kidding. I am not kidding when I say that. She doesn't do anything else than deal with people that are interested in attending. And that's with very little fanfare or marketing of the program. I think that once we begin the marketing side of it, we'll fill those seats very rapidly.
Thank you. Same question with respect to confidence in being able to get a good number of transfers in the K through 4 or in, say, the elementary school level.
Yeah, I would say that I think 16 out of 80 is probably right on target for where we would be. I mean, if you think about what I said earlier, why wouldn't a second, third, or fourth grader family choose to bring their kid to Lovejoy? And it's primarily due to the same reason why our Lovejoy elementary families don't want to leave Lovejoy Elementary. You develop relationships and connections within those buildings, and those are strong. There is no denying that whatsoever. And so why would you expect to see a high number of second, third, and fourth grade? I'm actually a little surprised about first grade, although, again, it's not high. They're mostly kinder, but even having a few first graders is a little surprising.
About 60 in the kindergarten, first grade to come in, if that math holds up at 20%.
20%. How many additional applications, do we know how many more beyond you that we've received so far?
Stacey, do you know offhand how many total applications we've received so far?
I'm just wondering if that trend will hold true with the next batch. Like if we have another 80 that we haven't looked at yet, I would be curious to see if that 20% kind of stays
Sure.
consistent or not.
We have 69 brand new applications that are already in the process of being approved or have been approved. But there are many others that we don't have everything for, and some that I haven't gotten to yet.
Those are beyond the 80,
The 149 homes?
beyond the first 80?
No, sir, that's part
Part of the 80s?
total.
No, not 80.
Do we have another batch beyond the 80 that we haven't looked at yet?
Yes, sir, I have some that I have that are on my desk that I have not been able to,
Okay.
not had time to.
Okay, all right, so that would be maybe good to see too.
Yeah, I think as
So we don't
as
know.
we process new applications, or even the stack that she currently has that we've not processed, or when I say process, log and catalog them, that as she does that, we can definitely pull the numbers of, well, how many of that is in K4, how many is in each of the different grade levels, and provide that data to the board. In our weekly email or however you want. If you want a daily update, we can provide that.
I have 3 legislative questions to get clarity on, and I'm sure our public would like to have that clarity as
I'm gonna
well.
bring my legislative expert up.
Yeah. So COVID relief, right now we're fighting and trying to get COVID relief. We've talked about our expenses relative or loss is around $3 million. So COVID relief, where are we from an update there of anything? How, if we were to receive any funds, how would that be applied or suggested to be applied? And would it have any impact on 2021-22 school year that we're working on the budget for?
So
That's my first question.
all right, I have a lot of non-answers for you because that's what I have from Austin. And the about 16 billion that has been allocated to Texas or earmarked for Texas to go to LEAs, which is local education agencies. It has not been decided how or when that will be distributed or by what manner it will be distributed. However, it is earmarked to be to flow directly to local education agencies. So what we do know is that Lovejoy, out of our maintenance and operation budget, has spent about $500,000. In total, we've spent $1.6 million of expenditures, and then the other portion of our $3 million is from lost revenue due to COVID. The likelihood of us having a reimbursement for our lost revenue is low, especially since the state granted hold harmless for the students that we had and then lost. It's not likely that we will recover for growth that did not happen. So just to be quite honest with you, we don't expect to recover that. It is a potential that we could recover the other $1.6 million. However, the first round, it's called ESSER. The funds, we have all these acronyms, and ESSER is the one that you'll read about in the paper for the emergency relief, and for elementary and secondary education. And so the first round of ESSER that we received last summer, Lovejoy ISD received $80,000, 80. And we didn't really net $80,000 because the way that it was distributed, first of all, the amount was based on your Title I allotment. Title I is an identification of the prorated students that you have that have low socioeconomic backgrounds and have a high need for intervention. And we don't have a population of those, and we don't currently even receive Title I funds at all. So first of all, we received a very low allocation. Secondly, it was netted out of our state funding. And so the way that was allocated is that they gave it to us and we received it, and then we had to report how we spent it. But our state funding, our normal formula state funding, was reduced by the same amount. So they reduced our ADA, our average daily attendance, by the amount necessary to equal the $80,000. So our concern is that for the second 2 rounds or 2 other rounds of ESSER, our concern is that that would be, first of all, prorated in the same manner, which would not be favorable for us. And then secondly, how that is going to be allocated and flowed to the districts. We do not have that information. We talked to both offices this week. I think we did.
Well, Friday.
Yeah, one on Friday, we talked to
to the Paxton's office, Senator Paxton's office, and today we talked to Rep. Noble's office, and they are both also awaiting that information. From the sources that we do have in Austin, there is, the legislators have a lot on their plates. I know you have a lot on your plates, we all do, but they have a lot on their plates as far as being in session at the same time that they're trying to decide how to allocate such a large number. And it is a huge number. $16 billion is a lot of money, but there are over 5 million students in the state of Texas, and regardless of their income level, we had to keep them safe. And so it is that's really the work that we're trying to do, is making sure that before they make that decision, is educating them on the fact that we had to spend money regardless of the income level of our students. We didn't have to spend as much money, for instance, feeding our students, because we have a lot of fortunate ones in our community, but we still had to buy cleaning supplies, additional technology to provide virtual learning, and so forth. As to if and when we ever receive whatever dollar amount that we receive, that would be a one-time reimbursement of what we have spent, and it would go to replenish the fund balance from which that's going to come. You currently have $9.3 million in fund balance. If this year ends in the manner that it's projected to here in about 2.5 months, as I started telling you in the fall, that's going to draw down to about $6.1 million, $6.2 million. And at that time, the general fund balance, which is your savings account, is going to be critically low. It's another reason that you chose to have at least 50 of those students, if not more, if we receive those transfers, not be budgeted as revenue, but be earmarked for replenishment to that fund balance. But 100% of the ESSER reimbursement would need, it's a one-time operating, ongoing, sustainable income. It would be literally a reimbursement back to where those funds were spent.
Maximum flow against our fund balance in a year at our weakest point with funding.
Can you say
What's the
again?
utilization of our fund balance during the year at its maximum point?
We use most years, and it really depends on sometimes how the state flows our funding. Most of our funding, 30 million of it this year out of 44 million, comes from property taxes. And those taxes aren't paid most of the time until December. Some escrows pay in December to get the tax break. Most of them are paid when they're due in January. And we start paying our employees. Our fiscal year starts July 1. Our teacher salaries begin again in September. And so we have outflows all during the fall, and that's what we use our fund balance for. Most of the time between July and say November, before we start collecting any, we have outflows of about $14 million. So that's obviously more than $9 million, but we also receive some of our state funding. It's designed that way because of the type of district or a property wealthy district. So we get little state funding, but we get it front loaded in the front part of the year. And so we use a lot of our our fund balance for cash flow. This year we probably used 7 million, 7.5. Now, what is important about that as well on reductions, and one of you asked me this today, is that as you reduce the overall budget, then you're not 85% of that is payroll, but 100% of it is expenditure. So you naturally reduce the amount, the percentage that you need in fund balance, but it doesn't move the needle really quickly. So if we went from a $44 million budget to a $41 million budget, that would reduce, if we were shooting for 20% in our fund balance, which is a little lower than what we've tried to plan for in the past, it moves the needle about $600,000. And that's a lot of money. I'm not denying that, but we have a dire need to replenish for the financial health of the district, to replenish what the devastation on it will be this year in this perfect storm where all these different caveats happened at once. Does that answer your question, Mr. Collins?
Yeah, and I've got one other, as part of that, just even with COVID, and I don't know if anybody else has heard any, I know obviously we're fighting for it. We have some in our community who are fighting for it. Every school district is actually fighting for it. So if they close out, they gavel out of session, and it hasn't been decided how it's going to be allocated, are you hearing anything about special session, anything? What's the appetite to get it out from our perspective?
From what I can speak to is purely rumor, but it has really been an understanding and almost a special session is imminent this year for multiple reasons, COVID allocation being one of them. But I don't have any official information to report there, just really kind of what the flavor has been. But one other comment I do want to make, because of so many of the questions that we've received, and we've received a lot. And by the way, thank you while I'm at the podium. Thank you so much to I'm so appreciative of the way that some of our parents modeled their respectful questions for our community. Even though you may disagree with one of the recommendations or with a potential recommendation, many of you submitted that in a very respectful way. And that's one of the pillars of our high school graduate profile, and it is appreciated. But to your question about special session, we don't know for sure if and when that will happen. We do know that there is, from when we ask in our delegation and even from some of our other contacts within the Capitol, that it is important to our legislatures, and we're very appreciative of what they're trying to do in juggling. The state took a hit too. And so in trying to juggle, I don't ever mean to demonize the legislature, because they are working really hard for us, and it is an important priority for them. It's just a very large allocation that they're trying to make sure that they handle appropriately. And we just want to make sure that we keep the information in front of them on how we think that it would appropriately flow to Lovejoy.
I just want to take a minute to say a public thank you to Pam Little, who is on the State Board of Education and lives in our community. She called Commissioner Morath directly and said, there are these funds sitting here and districts in a really desperate situation. Can you move this along? So thank you to Pam Little. I just wanted to thank her publicly for advocating
Always
for
helps when
us.
people have access to the commissioner. The commissioner has a lot of power. The one thing too with the questions, and I stopped myself a minute ago because I did want to say my appreciation, is that though there is some confusion and being tangled up around the separate issues of COVID impact and potential COVID relief, and the issue that we're talking a lot about tonight in the Lovejoy Elementary potential restructure to the other two elementaries, whether regardless of what the board decides tonight or in the future. And that is the sustainability piece of it. And I stated it earlier, but I wanted to make that clear that because our parents are so passionate and they're reaching out to our legislators, they have also reached out to us, and there is not a direct relationship between inefficiency and our COVID expenditures. It is all coming out of the same bank, and that's true. But COVID relief, again, would be a one-time reimbursement of funds already expended from our budget. And what we're trying to set now is to avoid an inefficiency in our future budget. Does that make sense? Mr. Wood, I think you've been waiting patiently for.
So first thing I wanted to get out, I think it's important that the community understand this, is that the legislative session probably is not going to end until end of June.
Right.
And if there's
End of May. Yeah, first little bit of June.
and if there's a special session that will extend into the summer, even in maybe into July and
Usually
August.
July.
Okay. And when, as a school district, are we required by law to approve a budget for next school year?
Yeah, we're required by law to adopt a budget by the end. It's really around June 25th, but by July 1st. And Dr. Womack did a nice job earlier, but I'll just reiterate that although we don't ask you to adopt that budget, our calendar right now, if it stays as is, and it certainly has some flexibility in it, but our calendar right now is that you would adopt that on June the 14th. Historically, that's what you've done is in your regular June meeting. We have built enough capacity and you've made those decisions because 85% of that budget, actually north of 85% of that budget, is in personnel. And because by law, you have to issue those contracts or non-renewals by May 10th, then much of the budget decision is made by then, which is why we've accelerated this timeline. And he explained that earlier, so I won't reiterate it again, but I did feel like it warranted repeating because it's not innate and it doesn't make logical sense a lot of times to those outside the industry, but we're so driven by contracts because they make up so much of our general fund budget that the budget is pretty much set whenever you do that. And then there are some cleanup and follow up to that as well.
Thank you for adding that, Shay. And then my final question / concern on this, on the legislative potential reimbursement of COVID expenditures. So number one, we don't know when the state's actually going to release those funds to the local education agencies, correct?
No, we do not.
We don't know how much they're
We
going
do
to
not.
give Lovejoy. And the state pattern so far has been to give us a fraction of what we've laid out in expenditures and then take that same amount from our state funding.
Yes, that is
Okay,
correct.
and then The other point is that our COVID expenditures of 1.6 were spent during 1920 school year
It is over 2 fiscal years.
and
yes.
2021 school year. And so whatever we receive from those funds will go to reimburse what has already been drained from the fund balance.
That is correct. And thank you for pointing that out. We talk about it so much that sometimes I forget to throw in that detail that, you know, we all know the pandemic started in March of 2020. Our expenses started at that time, just shortly after that. And while the majority of them are in the 2021 school year, we do have some that we started buying the germ blaster machines and, you know, those type of things, and had a deep cleaning and so forth in 1920. The other little piece that I failed to mention whenever Mr. Collins asked me about COVID relief earlier is we had a small allocation or opportunity for a grant through the Texas Department of Emergency Management. We call them TDEM. And we submitted a very lengthy application of $120,000 of our expenditures that we did incur between that they put a cap on, I think it was May 20th, if I recall, for that particular application. And we received $11,000 from that.
I kind of wanted to add on what, I guess, legislative and community members. So I spoke to Community Noble today, and just another great example of having people that are pulling for Lovejoy in our community. She reached out to me, which I was like, wow, that made me kind of feel cool. But she wanted us to know that Huberty had pulled that, which we knew that part.
Right.
But she seems to think that the Senate bill by Taylor may match that and not take away the tuition funding. We don't know. We can't plan for that. We always are conservative, right? But I guess my challenge, and you guys are amazing with keeping up with all that, but just to keep our finger on the pulse, to see what that looks like by the end of the session. And if for some reason something is different, maybe we can reinstate to add back to fund balance or whatever, because that's potential revenue that who knows how it's going to work out, right? She thinks that'll be that way, and I hope she's right. But anyway, it's just
right. No,
another
no,
piece
you're
of-
absolutely correct. At the time that the board had to make the decision of either opening the transfers to meet the revenue target, then you essentially, by budgeting for those 265, or if it becomes 300 students, avoided cuts of another $2 million by filling that with revenue. We could not wait, and at that time, both the House and the Senate included the tuition repeal, and with expectation that that would not be worked out until conference committee at the end of the session. And we certainly couldn't build a budget based on that, because by May, you had to know what was that going to look like as far as contracts. Are you going to have to eliminate another $2 million of expenses? And so by being proactive on that, you do sometimes, you know, our entire revenue budget is based on estimates, but it's based on educated estimates. And so we just try to keep you as abreast to those changes that have a potential impact on Lovejoy. But you're absolutely correct. If they do work it out in conference committee to where the Senate drops it in the same way that the House did, and it's adopted in that way and placed into law, then we have every potential to reinstate a tuition should the board decide to do so. Now, I do want to make that clear, and I can't speak for the board, but whenever we've kind of discussed this before, because I want to make that clear to any potential transfer applications, it would not apply to those who applied now under this program. We wouldn't then start charging them tuition. So we would just return to our former Lovejoy Scholars applications, but not under the applications that we receive now. And then just one other thing that's anecdotal, that I wanted to add to what Dr. Womack said and some of your questions around the K-4 applications. We have heard some questions or seen some posts, and so we don't have a quantitative number, but some of those that are interested in potentially transferring are waiting on a decision on the K-4 structure versus the more efficient K-2, 3, 4. And so it's not that they don't plan to apply, but they're waiting on a decision to see what the structure would look like.
They want?
I don't know. Stacey, you may hear, you probably hear both. I don't know. Yeah. So, but I just think that they're waiting on a decision. I don't know. We may be talking about 5. We may be talking, I can't quantify that. I just wanted to throw it out there since we try to always share the knowledge we have with you.
Legislative question that is, so you answered my second one already, but my third question, House Bill 3 that we're operating within now. I remember back when it was finally passed through special session, if I remember correctly, we had already had to build a budget based on what we didn't even know it would provide us, right? What it ended up providing us was $331 less per student than we had had in the last legislation. So as you fast forward, and they're working on legislation now on funding education, Texas public education in general, what are you hearing? What are you seeing that gives you any thoughts around? Because it's the same thing, we're going to be sitting in a position where we're going to have to budget on what we have now, not knowing if it's going to go up per student or if we're going to lose any per student.
And
So
that pretty
maybe
much
explain
happens
that.
every year. So I appreciate the question. And again, I hate to give you non-answers. So what I can give you is what we do know. If I remember right, well, they actually got House Bill 3 done without a special session. It was one of the few, they all kind of start running together, but yeah, SATAR was a special session and exactly. And that's related. And the reason that I said that they all run together is because the previous session in 2017, they did a special session for the ASATAR repeal, which meant about, ironically, $6 million to our district. And so they did a special session in that July and passed on a hardship grant to those districts such as ours that were under ASATAR previously. And so for 17-18 and 18-19, we received a hardship grant as part of that legislation. That was repealed and expired in House Bill 3 whenever it was implemented. House Bill 3 is something that the legislature is really proud of. As a Texan, I'm really proud of it in whole. As a Lovejoy CFO, I'm frustrated with it because it does not flow money to districts who are performing at a high level and really providing the programs that have been proven to yield those academic results. It does, again, flow more money, weighted money to those who have a low socioeconomic makeup because that is a harder to educate population. So I don't argue with that. However, to your question and to your statement, you're absolutely correct. For the previous biennium, the 2 years previous to House Bill 3 passing, we were receiving $331 more per WADA, weighted average daily attendance is how we're funded, than we received in 1920 once the final HB 3 implementation was identified. We were a good 6-8 months into that before all that. It was a major overhaul. And I point that out to say that these bills that are in process now are really cleanup bills to that. There is not intent for any type of an overhaul in the near future at all. They're very proud of that piece of legislation. It was a major overhaul. And so the bills that they are looking at now are what they consider cleanups and unintentional consequences on those. And so I don't expect us to yield or lose a significant amount of money on either of them. We monitor them and we watch, but right now, none of the pieces in that 1525 or 1536, is that right, would have a major impact on us and on our funding, right? Does that answer your question? Jeff, Mr. Wood?
Yeah, one final question for me on the legislative stuff, and then I'll be quiet on that subject. You discussed what the intel, the latest intel and the latest activity was from the House Ed and the House bill. What's our latest intelligence? What are we hearing about from the Senate Ed Committee about the Senate bill and the repeal of tuition on that?
The most current information I have was earlier in this meeting, and that is that there is a meeting that's going to happen, is it Tuesday or Wednesday? I forwarded it to you, Tuesday or Wednesday, I can't remember, that will give us more of an indication, but there has not been a move to pull that repeal at this time. However, we do have those in the House that are telling us they've collaborated with the Senate and that they expect it to be pulled, but it has not at this time, so that's all I can share.
The Senate bill, his name is?
Larry Taylor.
Okay.
Larry Taylor. You said Tuesday or Wednesday?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
You said Tuesday or Wednesday?
Yeah, there's a meeting that's going to happen either Tuesday or Wednesday where we're supposed to get more of an indication of where the Senate is with it. But that's really all I know at this point is that it still sits in the Senate bill as we stand here tonight.
So I have a question. My colleagues know that last year I had the honor of going through Leadership TASB and developing relationships with trustees across the state. And I connected this week with my colleague in Capel. And very similar districts we have, so that's why we built a great relationship. But she was calling because she had heard we were in the same situation. They are at a $7 million deficit for almost every single reason you put up there, Dr. Womack, at the beginning. They've fallen off the fast growth district. They have a lower population of elementary students, and so they are having to talk about a consolidation. So my statement in that is to hopefully give us a bigger picture that Lovejoy is not the only one in this scenario. But my question is, she told me they're going to take this as like a year approach. They recognize, this is a lot, and they are going to take that on for a year. And I keep hearing the word time. They also, I'm not done yet. I love my question. However, their fund balance is more robust than ours. So they can take that risk, I think, a little bit easier than we can. So my question is, what is our margin for time? That's my question.
With the information that I have, and I know it's not going to get the applause that you just did, but with the information that I can share with you now, we are going to draw almost $3 million or just north of that from our fund balance. It is going to make us razor thin for the cash flow that's necessary for us to operate in the 21-22 school year without borrowing against tax anticipation notes, which are not the worst things in the world, but they do have an impact on the operation of our district. If we do not move for some type of efficiency and save $1.3 million or $1.6 million, it is very likely that that will have to be part of the board's plan for the 21-22 school year to borrow funds during that time period. The margin that we would have had for that is being consumed during the 2021 school year. We've talked before about modeling and staffing on our moderate level of growth where we've been for years and years during 21-22, and actually how grateful we are that we did, because we needed those teachers to teach in 2 different settings, both virtually and in person. But there is a cost that comes along with that, and there is a decrease in revenue that comes along with so many of the things that we've discussed repeatedly. And so our margin is really not existent for us to continue to operate so inefficiently. There are areas where we can save, and we've proposed those to you. There are areas where we can increase revenue that we've also shared with you. And so I'm not saying necessarily that it has to be this one thing, but the other areas that we've shared do change the heart that we have worked really hard at preserving by the board's direction. And there are constituents that have reached out. One spoke tonight, but there are other constituents that have reached out and said that they expect us to be responsible in our recommendations to operate efficiently, from a business standpoint. So I am not cold. I have people send me pictures of their children and tell me their lives are in, their fate is in my hands. I'm not cold. I'm not, it's not an easy decision for the board. It's not an easy recommendation. I'm a mother of 3, and every time I see one of those faces, one of those kids could come up here and say, "Fire Shay Adams," and I'd be clapping for them. Some of their parents feel that way, and I don't clap for them necessarily, but because the kids have the brave heart to come up here and speak their piece, I admire that so much, and I love kids. So yes, this is a primarily business recommendation and decision. It's not mine to make. It is not in my hands. I just have to share the information with you. And a lot of times the information I get to share with you is not nearly as fun as what Mr. Musers gets to share with you about the amazing accolades that our students earn. But the investments that we make and the way we use our money then yield that as well. So
just to reiterate, I just want to make sure, we do not have a 1.3 million margin for a year, is what you're saying.
I would be very irresponsible and hesitant to ever say to you that in the financial place that we are, that the intentional,
use of another $1.5 million that we can serve our students in another way, that it would not be a responsible recommendation on my part. Now, it may be something that the board chooses to do, and we always make it as much work as we possibly can. But we really are at that crossroads where the financial health of the district, it needs to balance this budget.
Follow on that, earlier I asked about our utilization of our existing fund balance, and you'd mentioned about $7.5 million at the max cash flow wise that we have to pull down. So if that reduces by 20% by reducing our margin, our budget, that comes down to about 6, which is what we have. So the chances of us having to use tax anticipation notes exist now.
Yes.
If we pass that budget, is that correct?
There's a chance, yes.
The margin is a few $100,000.
There is a thin margin, but you have to understand, out of our $40 million budget, there are times that higher draws come on different expenditures.
But if we don't have the cash, we don't have the cash, so we've got to do it.
Yeah.
Does that affect our bond rating?
If we have to borrow tax anticipation notes, I've not had to do that, and so I would have to follow up on that question. My understanding is that it is not a negative, it doesn't have a negative impact on your bond rating as long as you have the financial data and the financial health of the financial in your financial statements and your audit, which we do have. But Baird, I'd really have to call and ask that question specifically. Now, if we have to declare financial exigency, which means that you don't make the decision in time, and then you have to do a reduction in force after May 10th, to do that, you would have to declare a financial exigency that will have a negative impact on your bond rating. Absolutely. And it will increase your interest rate.
So Shay, I'm relatively new to this board, having been appointed in August, but so did I hear you correctly that we've never taken out a tax anticipation notes?
We have
before?
never, and I can only speak for the 19 years, I'm starting my 19th year, but we have never borrowed money for general fund operations. We have had deficit budgets. They've been planned and intentional deficit budgets when we had the fund balance to use that. We planned and set aside up to $3 million before within our general fund to open an additional campus, like at the high school. Back there in 2003 to 2006, we intentionally set aside $3 million for the additional cost of opening an inefficient high school. So we had a deficit budget because the way that school finance works, it's all within that fiscal year. And so it will look deficit on there even if it were planned. There have been years that you wanted to delay a reduction, that, and I say you as a board, many of you weren't even on the board, but you wanted to delay a reduction or step it over a couple of years. And so we adopted a deficit budget. And some of those years we were able to come in without drawing any of that money out of fund balance. So they are estimates, and there is a margin in there. It depends on how hot or cold it is during the year. We have a very large part of our non-personnel budget that is for electricity. So there are some variances there. But I have to share with you, I don't want to have to come to you every time we get the electric bill and amend the budget and say, well, okay, now we need more money. We don't have any revenue to cover it. And so this is a budget that we're presenting to you that does not have personnel contingency in it. It includes the 15% reductions that we implemented this year. Those are carried forward to next year. So our campuses and departments are going to be operating on 15% less than they had in 1920. And we've shared all those details and caveats. Yes, sir.
And this budget does not include staff rate, staff increase.
This budget does not include an increase for any of our classifications of employees. Last year, you did one for teachers only,
right,
and no other employees. This budget does not include increases to any employee.
And with respect to fees, so if my math is right, so I'm looking at transportation, $150,000, a total, $350 per rider, correct?
350 per rider
It's
for the transportation.
It's 430 riders. Is that?
Between 400 to 500 daily.
400 to 500
Yeah,
daily riders.
and we use the same ratio of waivers that we had in the past.
Okay. And does $350 pay for a rider
It does not.
for the whole year? What is the cost per rider?
About $1,000, 996, right at $1,000 per rider.
right at $1,000. So the difference would be then $650 per rider. At roughly 450 riders is about $300,000 that it's costing us that
We're spending about $660,000 on regular education transportation.
okay.
That the district is supplementing because we're not charging the full amount to that 10 to 12% of riders that we have. We would not eliminate or reduce in any way our special education transportation because we're not going to, and lawfully we wouldn't.
Right.
So the $150,000 is, we try to be realistic and conservative at the same time. And so we had the information from the current year when we were charging our riders. We had our ridership and how many chose not to ride because there was a fee, how many paid the fee but then still did not ride, and then how many applied for waivers. And so we took all of that into account to come up with the $150,000.
So it's you said it cost us $650. That's net after we receive the $150.
So the $150 offsets that.
Yeah. So the
Yeah.
net cost $650 minus
It's
so net
roughly
cost
a
is
$500,000. Yes.
Okay. And then on, I'm just thinking about options, right? Capel. So they're in a similar problem. What about extracurricular fees? Did you mention anything about?
They do not do extracurricular fees. I did share with them our One Heart, One Lovejoy fund, and so she was going to go back and share that with their board as an opportunity. They're also thinking of doing a pre-K program and looking at probably having to consolidate their elementary.
And if we were to consider extracurricular, a fee to play, a pay to play, whatever you want to call it, would that be for all grade levels, or does that only apply to 7th and above? Or?
When I've calculated that, Mr. Lichtenberg, because the board implemented that several years ago, I used the same information that you did then. At that time, I think there was not a charge to 7th grade. Or it was a very minimal charge because you didn't want to limit 7th graders from exploring. Yeah, it was a minimal, and then it graduated up through the senior high. So using that fee structure, and I have it on another presentation, I'll just have to pull it up. I do know the total that we would expect to collect is around $565,000.
And so there's no extracurriculars for elementary?
No.
There's no cost there at all?
Our elementary does receive benefit from our extracurricular activities, such as we have, some of the orchestra programs that go below 7th grade, choir, and others. But the extracurricular fee we implemented in those grades that compete in those programs in a UIL program.
Okay.
And we did that at 80% of our student population because that's the percentage at that time, and I believe that we've tested is still accurate.
Right.
The 80% of our students in 7th through 12th grade participate in either a fine art or athletic event.
Because basically from House Bill 3, we've lost $330 per child in the district at 4,300 students is $1.4 million. That that funding is just not there today. That was there. So one question is, well, how do you overcome that? How do you offset that? If you want to try to keep a path and you're not going to get that money anymore, then what are the alternatives to create that and to offset that revenue?
And that is why we've presented you with a menu of different options,
Right.
because we feel like that one of the first things we have to do and that we've been tasked to do by the board is look at inefficiencies in the areas that we can. It's not because we don't value and love each one of our campuses and each one of our teachers, but those same teachers, and I'm glad that Dennis Mueller made the point earlier, those same teachers that work their magic in this building or in Hart's building or in Pester's are going to continue to do that in just a different location with a lot of the same students. But there is an element of the community that have expressed frustration that we would ever run inefficiently in that manner. And those demographics have not changed by our anything really but our success. The early indicators are that our home values are going to grow by another $45,000 per home in this current year. Our preliminary values will be out in 2 weeks, and the preliminaries indicate about a 5% growth in our taxable value. and about an average going from 601,000 to about 649,000. Which
That doesn't mean we get any more.
I'm sorry?
That doesn't mean we get any more funding.
No, we don't get any more funding, but it again goes to the point of preventing sometimes younger families from moving into
But
our
those
district.
additional taxes are going.
The additional
offsetting to
taxes will
them.
offset the formulas. Yeah, we get a small percentage of that, of an increase in value, and I mean a very small percentage of that. But all it does is, because it averages out to our target revenue, and so it just reduces the amount that we would get from the state.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Well, and now we also have the consideration of keeping our security, which is also going to cost money. So we've got to figure that out too.
So along that point, I mean, I definitely have some of the concerns about a reduction in security force that have been expressed. I've lost sleep over it myself personally. And so the security item up there, as I understand it, 350,568 is a reduction from 7 to 3.
That's great.
And so that per unit cost, I know this has been asked by the community in email, which is why I wanted to bring it up.
It's around $80,000.
Yeah, I mean, 87,642 times 4 is that number. And so if we were going to go from, if we were presented with an option to have a security officer at each campus, which there are 6 campuses, correct? That number that needs to be found or donated or however it's obtained is around $263,000.
Yes,
Okay.
roughly.
And then my next question is if this budget or if these cuts get approved, do we have a window of opportunity to add security personnel back based on community fundraising or finding money elsewhere? And what is that time frame?
I'm just asking if you want me to speak to it or not. Yes, we do have that opportunity. And so we would move forward with the reduction in force if this was the plan that the board wanted us to move forward with as far as balancing, because we don't have, as incredible as it is that we have a lot of pledges from parents, we don't have income. Yeah, our One Heart, One Lovejoy, we're so thankful for the $75,000 that was raised this year. And we've incorporated that into the budget. But I think Mr. Owen said it best at the last meeting, is that, as much as we would like to, we have to budget on knowns and on the income. And so in the event that after this decision were made for a reduction in force, that you wanted to add back officers and you had the funding in hand to do so, there's nothing preventing us from doing that. At any time before we adopt the June budget or even after we adopt the June budget, you can amend the budget. It's a liquid document. So you can amend the budget. We've done that before. As I said, y'all had adopted extracurricular fees in June one year, and then in August you repealed those because we had some information on the hardship grants come out.
But Mr. Wood, the security staff aren't on the same type of contracts that our educators are. And so the hard deadline that we have for the educator contracts that in the state of Texas is a property right, our security staff do not have that. So even if you were to reduce and then we were able to fund in some other manner, whatever that manner may be, we could add those positions back as the funding is available.
One count would take all of the before we move off of that, please remember your question. But I did want to add that was, if we do that would pay for them for 1 year. And that those personnel units are also very aware, because we're open and transparent with our employees, that their funding is, that their job is paid for 1 year. And so the following year, because we're trying to make sustainable decisions. And so the following year, you would need the same donations again in order to fund that, unless there's some other source of funding.
As well is after hours events, sporting events, fine arts events, things like that. Would we be able to cover those events with 3 security officers, or would we be looking at supplementing that either through Fairview PD, Allen PD, or private security?
Yeah, so really all of the above. So primarily with our 3 officers, if that were the decision to go that direction. And then as we do today, we supplement them with Fairview or Collin County Sheriff or private security. Yes, sir.
Kind of echo what Jeff said, and I think most of y'all know this about me, and I said it at the last meeting. I'm really into this safety and security. I'm super proud of the hard work they do. The guys we have here tonight, thanks for being here. It's a unique program, and I remember being on the board when it was formulated, and I think maybe that's part of why I love it, because I was here from the beginning to seeing it come to fruition. We talked about being good at athletics, being good at academics, being good at fine arts. Well, why aren't we doing anything with safety and security, right? So I remember the task force. I remember all of it coming together. So I really think if there's a way that we can fund it, so if we need to take this step, but then say, hey, everybody rally around, make your donation. Let's see what we've got by the end of May. I mean, they're people too, so I want them to plan for their lives. But if we can keep them, and I think that's part of the experience for every kid in Lovejoy. You know, I mean, y'all, I was crying tonight listening to you guys speak. It's terrible. My kids went here too. I hate it. But this is one thing we can all rally around, come together. It's part of the experience. I'm very convicted in finding a way to preserve it and make it happen. So if it's 263 and we find a way to gather that money, I know we've already, y'all raised how much in 4 days? 3? And then you have the commitments up to 3 something, right? So I think people are, I think people are passionate about it. And it would be a positive effort we really all could get around. So whatever we need to do to make that happen, I'm on.
Just I guess a few points to add, I guess, for us to think about as a board. I don't see any fruitful discussion around the K2, 3, 4 model as far as logistics and that being a real possibility to consider going forward. I also don't see how we can achieve a good position financially without making some tough decisions. I'm not so sure I'm prepared to make that decision tonight. I also would like to see us find a way to keep at least one officer at every campus. But I don't know what that looks like necessarily either. So I don't know if we could consider delaying this vote for a couple of days on item 9 and reconvene, but I don't know what's going to change necessarily, but I think I'd just like a little bit more time to deliberate and discuss and evaluate. And it's a big decision. My kids went to the school, 3 of them went through Lovejoy Elementary, but that doesn't negate the fact that we can't operate as a district inefficiently. And it doesn't negate the fact that we are at a point where our cash flows are at the limit of issuing tax anticipation notes, which to me is not an option. So I'm not also willing to pass a deficit budget. But I think if we can do it, wait a few days and reconvene, that may not change the answer. Likely won't change the answer, or it may, I don't know. That's how I feel.
Presents things, and if we can have a little time, maybe the question would be, what is that time?
Well, that's a great question, and let me just address it, really going back to our calendar. So we've already compressed it by a week. the timeline before we have to offer contracts or non-renew contracts. And so just, I know the board already knows this, so mainly for the audience's sake, if the board doesn't take action on those contracts, they all automatically renew, and you know that. So that's why it's so important that we hit that May 10th deadline. The amount of work that we have to do between tonight and May the 10th is significant in terms of doing the criteria that's in board policy, of rank ordering those positions that are in the impacted areas, and then working with each of those staff members to hopefully relocate them into a different position within the district if available and if they're willing. I would say if you delayed maybe a week, that would give us 2 weeks left. I really am reluctant on 2 weeks, knowing the quantity of work. As you guys know from visiting with the district attorney, the attorney recommends 4 weeks. We're already at 3. And then if you were to delay to some level, I would say no more than a week. And then that really gives us a really tight timeline. But we can make it work. We can do what we got to do to come in under our deadline.
I am definitely in favor of that, of extending time. I think there's a lot, we're trying to pull together as many data points as we possibly can, both from the legislative side, but also the realities here. So a couple of what I thought were really good comments and questions, some of the things around like transportation fees. I'd say, are we charging enough or not on that end? Because there's still a big gap there. Al, you brought up I think you brought up extracurricular fees to some degree. Do we consider that again or not? I think is overwhelming. The group feels really strongly about security and really not going backwards. That truly is a thing that for those of us who are on the board that implemented that and voted to bring that to where current levels are, that is a hard thing to swallow. And so some of the comments that we had earlier tonight and also several emails that I know we've all received definitely represent that a key area there to potentially not touch if we can. So if you add all that up, even if we, and I can't remember if it was asked or not, but I know we have a cap right now of 350 students as far as tuition. I know some of our folks have asked, is there a way to increase that potentially? So, just right now we have a cap of 350. If you added another 50 to that at $8,300, which is what we project that we will hopefully continue, or not hopefully get more, but let's say it is $8,300 per student. That's about $415,000 added if we could get to a 400 student transfer number. So if you add that up, if you look at transportation potentially, if you look at extracurriculars, but then brought back security, it still doesn't equate to the efficiency thing. Even if we did all those things, and it still doesn't add, the numbers still don't add up, but it gets us in a healthier position as an organization without question. So I think those are some of the things that as a board we have to start, we've been doing it, but we have to look even deeper at that of what our temperature is and appetite for adjusting, whether it is fees, whether it is transfer students, things of that nature, as well as obviously thinking through still on the K2. I personally think if we do make a decision, it's got to be the K4. That's N of one. N of one. That doesn't mean the board, N of one. Because I just, from a logistics standpoint, I can't imagine it either. So I think there's still things that I know I want to still consider and get some feedback on the numbers and things of that nature. So it sounds like the group is thinking
The
about.
challenge is
delay.
time, right? And so we can only meet and discuss. And then we have to wait another week to discuss. And when you present one solution, it presents another problem. And so with time, you're vetting that through. And so I hope, and I'm so excited people are engaged because you see how the process works and no decisions necessarily been made because then you have to vet it and vet it and vet it and vet it and vet it. And so.
And on top of that,
yeah.
Ms. Smith, you remember you're required by law to post that meeting 72 hours in advance. And so that's one obstacle, and not that it's a bad thing at all, but it is an obstacle that you have to keep in mind. So even if you wanted to meet Wednesday, you can't meet Wednesday of this week. You'd have to meet on Thursday, assuming we can get it posted, or maybe even Friday, assuming you could get it posted quick enough. So, yeah, that's right. And so anyway, I don't know if everyone understands that from the public side, that we can't convene the board on a whim. It does require a 72-hour notice.
Of if we delay taking any action, and I know we're getting close, a week, sounds like, and we also need to be extremely cognizant of our administration of being able to, we want to take care of every employee that we possibly can, right? We want to limit the disruption that we possibly can. So they need as many days as possible. So I know this may sound weird, but I would suggest maybe we do another special meeting, maybe next Sunday, if everybody could do that. That way we can spend appropriate time, Sunday afternoon, evening, and then if there are any decisions made, that allows more time for administration to start that process. Or we could come back and delay again and say we need 72 hours to do another meeting. But the sooner we can get to it, to start really massaging any other decision points that we need, the better. You guys, what are your thoughts on that?
Sunday not work.
I can do Sunday.
I can do Sunday.
What? I'll try. Sunday night would be better, but
What time?
what works for y'all?
Well, you're the only one.
Oh, I know.
You name the time, we'll name the place.
7:30, 8 o'clock?
Yeah.
Okay.
7:30 it is?
7:30 to
Thank y'all. Sorry.
Can I make another comment I think is important, that, one of the things we hear every week for sure, and especially at budget time, we hear it a lot around what our taxpayers, what we're all paying in taxes is extremely high. Our values keep going up. Just something to consider. I know Shay mentioned that it looks like appraisals are average of 45,000 more per household across the district, which means people are going to be paying more in taxes already, right? But we're not getting the benefit of that, unfortunately. So I just want to be cognizant of our entire community from a taxpayer standpoint of that piece of it. And if you're talking about fees, we need to make sure there's balance in that and understanding the pros and cons of any kind of fees. I will say also that I heard multiple times over the last week from high school parents, and it was around the inefficiencies and knowing that it was circulating out there of doing extracurricular fees to help protect Lovejoy Elementary as an example if it were impacted. And they were not in favor of their fees to offset an inefficiency. So I just want to be fair balanced around that of what we've heard. So just at a fair balance around that topic. So if we were to do extracurricular fees, we need to ensure that that's wasn't to offset an inefficiency, but it's to help support the program and the health of the district overall. So that's, again, N of 1, but I don't know if anyone else has received feedback around those.
I have.
email also around
Yep.
the desire for us to operate efficiently.
Wait,
Not-
say that again, Barrett,
Yeah,
sorry.
operate efficiently. And in support of the consolidation, not of the 2, 3, 4 model, but of a 2 elementary scenario. And they're not here, but it's fair to say we've gotten that input pretty substantially.
That on that? Yeah,
Yes. You would actually want to table both. If you're going to table 9, there's really not a need to move forward with 10 tonight, as the employment areas are primarily within that K4 structure. It's K4 structure, security, and then the library services are the 3 main ones, and administration cut. So those, it doesn't behoove us to go ahead and do 10 unless we were doing all of those.
10 and hold a special meeting 7:30 on Sunday.
Second,
Second.
or give it to Marvin, whatever.
okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? All right, we're going to table 9 and 10, and we'll convene 7:30 next Sunday for a new special meeting. Okay? We'll move to item 11, report on athletic facilities, and tonight we have Chris Ross, who's our Director of Athletics.
Yes, sir. I'm going to actually start, and then I'm going to turn it over to Coach Ross. And I know we're sitting at 10:30, and your eyes are probably like mine and going. So if y'all have ever listened to Coach Ross, you know he talks a lot. So I'm going to ask. No, I'm just kidding. I'm going to ask him to give you there's no action on this. It's a report. You heard a few of our families talk tonight, and really the piece that I want to make very clear, and I know the board knows this, I want to make sure that our community realizes this, that any improvements that we make in athletics or any capital improvements that we make come from the INS side of our budget, which is our interest and sinking fund. That does not impact whatsoever anything in our maintenance and operation budget. And so if you think of maintenance and operation as your daily costs that you fund, so that's your teacher's payroll, that's your utilities, that's the copy paper and supplies in our classrooms, all of those consumables, that's your M&O budget or your maintenance and operation budget. The INS budget is for bonded indebtedness. It's to retire or extinguish debt. And so that would be more like your mortgage payment in there. And so in each of your property taxes, if you look at your statement, you'll see that you have a total of $1.50 point something in taxes. Of that, 50 cents is your, actually it's $1.55, sorry. 50 cents is your tax rate on the INS side. And so what we're talking about tonight is that 50-cent side of your tax rate to help lower some of the operating costs out of our maintenance and operation budget. So by spending $1 out of the INS tax rate, the idea is that we could save dollars out of the maintenance and operations side of our budget. And so with that, I'm going to ask Coach Ross to come up and give you a run through.
All right, we're done. No, thank you, Dr. Womack. We were charged, Coach Puckett and I were charged with just taking just an overview of our facilities and where we're at. In our community, we know that our facilities and the opportunities that we have for our children, we want them to be worthy of our community. And when we say that, we know that there's one standard in this community and it's excellence. So as we look at these things, we started out looking at just a SWOT analysis. And I'm sorry, I know that that is very small. I apologize for that. It looks much smaller there than it did in my office. I will say that. I will make copies available to the board so that everybody has that. But just looking through it, we started out with our, the strengths of our district. As we looked at the strengths of our district, the first thing that comes to mind is just our community, and just as evidenced by tonight, you want excellence for your students and for the school district. And that's what we want as well. That drives our kids to them to want to be successful, which helps us in turn, whether it be academics, athletics, socially, fine arts. Our kids, like you saw tonight, they're exemplary in everything that they do. And they are a strength in our athletic program. They're the foundation of it. And then it goes back right to you. And that's why we're here. And then the last, of course, is just our staff. We have a staff that they care about these young people and they're committed to their future and what they're doing here. So what are our weaknesses? Right now, one of the things that struck us was just our inefficient grass fields. When we look at our grass fields, what they are for us are missed opportunities. They're missed opportunities to recapture revenue by renting them out. The going rate in our area right now for a baseball or softball field rental is $80 an hour. We can't do that right now. We can barely meet the needs of our students on these fields right now because of their grass. Dr. Womack, several meetings ago, it said something around $50,000 is figured in to the maintenance and upkeep. That's money that could be recaptured and put back into the good budget and not into the one that we're in right now. That's money that we could recapture, and really $50,000 wasn't meeting necessarily the needs of the field. It was what our district was giving. If you talk to the baseball and the softball people, they've been raising substantial amount of money, thousands of dollars for the upkeep of these facilities for our girls and our boys in those facilities. And without their support, it wouldn't have happened. And we have an opportunity to rectify that. I think we should take advantage of it. I can't read most of that. I'm going off my memory here. The other things that we talked about as we looked through this, was inadequate weight equipment. Some of it is old. It was, most of it was purchased in 2006. And then I think the last purchase was 2008. And while when we bought it, it was solid. It was also for a 3A high school, and now we're a 5A. And not only that, the standard has changed. The stuff that we have in our weight room facilities right now, you can't even buy it anymore. It has spring-loaded clips on it that wear out, and they are. And it's time that we reinvest in some of these facilities, not just in the turf, but also into our weight rooms. I think someone quoted just, how many kids we have in athletics. I had them run a report today, and we had 89% of our kids are in extracurriculars. That's phenomenal. That's not athletics. I'm talking about all of them just supporting our school and UIL. So whether it be our fine arts, our marching band, our drill, all of those people they could all benefit from having a turf field. So when you look at, our opportunities, first of all, is economy of scale. We can utilize our buying power by making these needed facility improvements. One way or the other, we're going to have to returf the fields. The indoor facility is going on 13 years since it was returfed, and they tell you 10 is usually about where you're shooting for. I will tell you from my experience, that's if everything is perfect, it's 10 years.
What happens? What's the risk we're running by extending that beyond 10 years?
For instance, the two fields, like the indoor, there's no pad under it. When it was laid, they didn't use pad. So if you pulled it up, it would look to you like Riverstone yes, yeah, and it's right over it. Well, the rubber pellets are what give it the bounce, the G-Max. Over time, that depreciates. And, we can sweep it, we can take care of it, but eventually it wears out. And it's a credit to the district that they've done a tremendous job of taking care of that indoor for it to last that long. That's unbelievable. Then you look at our competition field that, where our soccer teams, our marching band, the football team is going to play on. Well, it's every single day, unless we close it and then they climb over the fence and get to it, and because they want to be on the fields. When you practice on your competition field and play on it, it is my experience, it's 8 years. That's what it's going to last. If you only play on it, your competitions, you're going to get somewhere around 11 or 12 years. That's over the years I've done this, that's about what it holds up. So, so we have some opportunities there. We can here's the other thing too, we can bring our facilities up to par with our competition. And I'm going to show you here in just a second where we're at compared to the people that our kids compete against and the communities that we all go to. I know many of you, the only time that we're really in somebody else's schools is when? At an athletic event, right? And so we are really the front porch of our district, and we represent the community and the facilities that we build. So what are our threats? First of all, it's just our lost opportunities for youth sports participation. One thing that struck me here in Lovejoy, our kids, our little leopards, they got to go to Allen and McKinney and Frisco. And just to be able to grow up and play together because we don't have those opportunities here. While it's not our job as a school district to necessarily, we build facilities to meet the needs of our students, not necessarily of our community. But when we have the opportunity to do both, we want to. And this would give us the ability to do that. It's also a lost opportunity to save revenue on upkeep of fields, which we've discussed. And then sports teams are at a competitive disadvantage with our grass fields. Take for instance, we just had all the games rained out. Okay, well, they'll switch games. If you're familiar with baseball, when you switch games, when you delay games, pitching rotations, it changes everything. And that just happened in our district. And it will potentially affect not just the order, but who makes the playoffs in our boys baseball race right now. Not only that, how many days in the spring do our guys lose the ability to even practice? And not only do we have grass fields, we have an inadequate batting cages so that they can't even do that as right now where we're at. So what are we looking at as far as future improvements? And this is more of a menu for our board to just kind of consider. You start out with baseball and softball, but to me, that is number one. We've got the turfing, our baseball and softball facilities, covering the batting cages so that our kids have the ability to practice no matter the weather. Scoreboards are a need. When we put them in, again, 14, 15 years ago, they were fine. There's a new standard now, and I think we can meet it. Press boxes, I'll show you why. And then branding. We're Lovejoy, and we absolutely should be proud of who we are, what we've done, and what we're going to do. And I think we have an opportunity to touch on that. Weight room, like we said, replaced damaged, outdated equipment, and then also replace the lighting, more efficient. Indoor, again, getting with Musco, getting a new plan for the lighting, and looking at something that would be more efficient and better quality for our kids. There are some repairs that are needed. We have an opportunity to touch on that, branding, and then replacing the turf. And then the last thing I would say is, we have 3 grass fields back behind the baseball, softball, and football facility. If we were to turf 2 of those and make 2 sports fields, and I'll show you here in just a second, on those we would have football lines, we would have soccer, we would have a baseball infield on one, a softball infield on the other, and a lacrosse on one as well. These are truly 2 sports fields that now we're looking at opportunities for our youth, our kids. So they can grow up and be right here on our campus. And also we could be recouping some of the costs back by renting these. We're making an opportunity for our community, for our students, and then bringing in revenue as well.
Storm in the weight room specifically, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did insurance cover any of that? Like, do we get new weights because of that?
They did some.
Okay, but
Yes,
still we
ma'am, that's
need
a
more.
great question.
Okay,
They gave us around about $110,000 and that's one reason we're kind of touching on some of this. Amy, they gave us $110,000 for the weight room. We need another probably 260 to fully outfit it. Really what we're trying to do is not set it up for one team to be in there, set it up for two teams to be in there. You know, we're on an 8-period day. There's a lot of advantages to an 8-period day. I'm not even, but athletically it is a challenge when you have about 800 kids are in athletics at the same time and we got 2 weight rooms. One reason we're talking about doing this as a weight room is we can't change our space. We can't change our time. So what we have is going to be the most efficient it possibly can be for our kids. We absolutely can do that. We have a plan for that.
On the football field, one of the, we had obviously run out of warranty with it, but I remember we had health issues with the gravel because it was used by everybody. I mean, every organization on campus was using it, and the gravel was coming up through the turf and cutting our kids, and we had infections because of it.
Because you didn't have a pad
And
under the turf.
And but I remember specifically that organization, I can't remember who did the turf at the time, but I remember very specifically them saying, why in the world do you not have another practice field turf? Everybody does. This was back then, and talking about how we're wearing out our, so to your exact point, but I remember then it was, we had some kids, their elbows had gotten infected and it was, they had gravel. And anyway, is that accurate?
Yes, sir. And that does happen after overuse, you know, and yes. Okay. Now, the next one, I'm just showing you, here are some just pictures of different facilities in the area. And I've got 6 and we could have put 60. You guys have been in the area. Y'all know that whether you go to Princeton, there's Sherman, you know, and I'm showing you, these are very similar to what we're going to be proposing here for our kids. You also look at the press box there at Melissa. That very press box, I'm going to say, is built probably by Hellas because I've seen that all over North Texas. You could go to Allen and see the exact same one. As you go throughout the area, you're going to see versions of that press box. You can see McKinney North. There's Denton Ryan. And then there in the corner, you can see that's Melissa's batting cages where they have partially covered. They have some open. You know, and we've talked to different versions of, do you take 2 walls down, take the north and the west wall? I've seen those models before. I like them a lot. Or do you leave it strictly open like this? There's lots of different variables. Those are for the board to decide, for us to look at. I'm just trying to show you different ideas on this. Now, here's some different examples of more baseball. See Grand Saline. There's Allen, Rockwall, Aubrey, Prosper. Many of you have been to Prosper Rock Hill. They're in our district. We compete against them. We could have put Salina up here. We could have put Anna. We could have, you know, this is pretty much the new standard that you're seeing Frisco in our area for sure. Melissa scoreboard. Now, and then here's our current baseball facility. And you definitely can see what we're talking about. Look at the press box. Here's our press box, are manned by volunteers, you know, and obviously you're out in the weather, whether it's, you know, baseball, you start when it's freezing and you end when you're melting. And, you know, there they are. And it's wide open. The thing about this also is you have all of the equipment to run the scoreboard. And if it gets bad weather, we have we could potentially lose our equipment due to weather because we can't protect it. You know, then you have our baseball field. This was taken just this week. It's underwater. You know, our kids couldn't practice right in the middle of a district run. And then you see our batting cages. It's really more of a shade. It's not a cover. It does not protect our young men and young women from the rain. It's wide open. So if it's a good day, we can use it. If it's not, we lose it. Well, we do have an indoor, And, we did, there was enough forward thinking in the district when they built it to put batting cages. It's awesome. There's 2 of them. That's no way. Our baseball teams and softball teams are both very competitive, excellent programs. They've got a lot of kids. So we end up, one of the 2 is usually renting at South Fork or one of the other places, just to be able to get in there in time. So this is kind of what our current baseball field looks like. And then you can see what we want. Again, I think what you're looking at, this isn't like over the top. This is what everybody around us is putting in. And it meets the needs of our kids, not just now, but as we move forward, these plans should be for the next 20 years, the next generation, not just for right now. And then you can look at our current scoreboard, and then there's different models that we have out there. I can tell you a future scoreboard like that, you're talking about anything with video. We process several different, there's all kinds of sizes and shapes and everything, somewhere between $300,000 and $500,000. If it is no video on it, it's about 90, and that's for both. That would be baseball and softball, just so everybody's straight. To do both fields is $1.6 million. These are estimates given to us from Hellas. Okay. Now, looking at softball, you're going to see if you look at very, very similar, of course. Again, there's Princeton, you've got Allen. Again, look at there's the press box. Again, that very, very similar press box. They're all about the same size, very efficient. You can see Plano. I'd like to point out, the branding that all of these people have on all of their facilities. Then you have McKinney North High School. They have a great facility. The Colony is another one that we were at several weeks ago that's in our district, excellent facility. And then you can again see there's another one of the scoreboards, and that's very common in this area. And then there's our current reality. Yes, and their facility is amazing. It's excellent. Yes, it's unbelievable, isn't it? And what Anna is putting in, what Solana has in their plans, Frisco's going back and retrofitting every school, upgrading all their facilities to exactly what we're talking about. What we're looking at is what North Texas is going to look like. Okay, so I'm going to move on. I think everybody sees there. So there's kind of what we're looking at for the Lovejoy softball facility. There's our current, and then obviously what we would want would be more in line with our competition. Again, these, while they are enhancements, these are to bring us up to par with our just the competitive area that we're in. And, we're talking about not just for our kids to compete, we're talking about wanting to attract kids to our district and families to our district. This matters. It matters. There's our current scoreboard. Again, we've already talked a little bit about the pricing on that. I'm going to move on here. Here's just a look at the sports fields, and you can see, our grounds guys, they do a phenomenal job. But if you've ever tried to keep your yard alive in July in Texas, you have a small understanding of what it would be like to keep a sports field alive. It's not the same. It's not. The amount of water and manpower that it takes is unbelievable. It's gotten to the point in Texas that grass is the luxury, not turf. If you want to have a great sports field, it takes a lot of man hours and money. This is an opportunity for us to recapture those man hours, the money, and put it back where we want to in the district. That's in the classrooms. Now, you can see the future sports fields, and you can see, you think, I don't care if you're in the marching band, this will be an opportunity. If you're a baseball player, a softball player, if it's lacrosse, it's soccer, it doesn't matter. These are sports fields that can be utilized, obviously, first and foremost by our student body. But then after that, it's an opportunity to partner with our community and provide some opportunities for the youth groups. Now, a little bit about branding. These are just some of the examples that you're going to see in the area. You've got Frisco, there's their indoor. Cedar Hills, you come into the school. If y'all have ever seen their school, they've done a phenomenal job with all of their facilities and their branding. Denton Ryan, Centennial, there's Cedar Park. These are all just really, this is two different companies that have done this. There's multiple companies. I'm just giving you kind of just an idea of what our competitors are doing in their buildings. As you look through that, these are all wall wraps. It looks like paint. It's not. It's actually just stuck right to the wall, and it has a great look. This started in the colleges, and now all of the high schools have gone to it. It holds up well. It cleans well, and it really is, as you see. Again, I've got you 6. I could have put 50 more on there. This is what the new schools are all doing. These are opportunities. We could do the same thing. Here's kind of some branding looks outside. You can see, like on the top left, that's the back of Cedar Park High School's baseball. That was done, like I was there, 14. I mean, this was a long time ago. It still looks like that. We've replaced on the fencing out there, I think twice. And, but it's held up. It's done. It's been really, really good. You can see there's Cedar Hill High School, Little Elm, but you get an idea of what this could look like. And think in terms of our baseball field or softball field, the soccer, the football, all of it, and it's not so much. Don't think in terms of sports, think in terms of bragging on our kids in our school. And then moving into, this is more of your locker room, meeting room. One thing, because of the freeze, we're having to go back and replace the floor in the indoor, and the floor that we're using is a very common, it's Mondo. It's excellent. It's pretty much everybody uses it. This stuff lasts forever unless you get a freeze and it floods and looks like a river running down the middle of it. But other than that, this stuff's really good. As looking at some of these pictures, we could do a lot of stuff with that and really dress it up at a nominal cost. If you've been in our basketball and our volleyball locker rooms, they look excellent, and it is the exact same product that we're talking about. I'm just saying that we should probably go ahead and do something like that in our baseball, softball track and finishing out the indoor locker rooms and put the same surface on it. We don't have the concrete anymore coming out of the shower. And while it was safe, we had our stuff, it's still scary having the wet concrete and our kids come out. And this is a better finish, a better look for our kids. You can also see all the different in the meeting room. In our indoor, we have a meeting room that is excellent for our booster clubs, for our kids. We use it for lessons during athletics, but you can see a lot of people have it. There's just opportunities for branding. Okay, here's into the indoor. And you can see there's Pierce. All of the Richardson indoors they're almost exactly the same. So all of the Richardson's ones looks just like that. The Melissa one, they just finished it, and whoever's newest is best. And they did some unique things that I know Coach Puckett spent, some time over there, and Coach Puckett did an excellent job of going to these facilities and bringing back information so that we could put this together. So certainly appreciate that. You can see there at the bottom, the weight rooms. One of the things you see those platforms, those of you that have been in weight rooms, those are actually into the floor. And they're flush with the floor. What it allows us to do is get more kids in there and use our space more efficiently. So it's really kind of a neat thing that pretty much everybody's gone to. Now, here's where we're at right now. You see the front of our indoor facility, there's nothing there. There's opportunities for us to put some branding there in the main hallway, the weight room, the varsity locker rooms, the indoor, and the meeting room. Those are all opportunities for us to be able to do some things. The flooring, much of that will be covered by our insurance. And I'm not sure after that. I know we get some for the flooring. We're going to get some for the weight room equipment. There's some other things that are going to offset some of the items that we're looking at. So, here's just some opportunities for us as far as branding goes. The football stadium, the softball stadium, baseball, there's just areas that it would be really, really easy for us to make a big difference in those facilities. And again, that's the front porch of our district. And then, one thing we also touched on was just lighting has changed since we did ours. and now the LEDs and how they can reconfigure those. One thing that we've run into in the indoor, our lights, where we're at, they hang low and is very easy, unfortunately, to hit the lights. And it's, they're playing soccer, we're doing football, it happens. And the LEDs, we can reconfigure those and have a much, much brighter facility that's easier for the kids, but we're not going to be repairing lights, and I know Mr. Dillon would appreciate that. And, and this is kind of just an example of what we're talking about in the flooring, like what we could potentially make a locker room look like. So the bottom right is the existing material that we've been using, but just putting a logo on it, it makes a big difference, and dressing it up a little bit. And then you kind of see the configuration of what the weight room would look like. Those platforms are into the floor. And so the way the weight room would be set up, you could have baseball on one side, soccer on the other. They have everything that they need. And we're in that weight room the same period. So it's 50 minutes and you've got two teams and they can't be waiting on each other. Now they don't have to. And it's you just efficiently laying out our weight room. So just in closing, again, here's just kind of a menu of items that we went through to give the board some ideas on where we're at and where we would like to go in the future.
Thank you, Coach Ross.
Yes.
And to kind of wrap this up, and if you have questions for Coach Ross, when you look at our overall bond capacity and what we have available from the 2014 bond election, currently we have about $7 million that has been issued that we have in the bank that's available. And those are primarily from some future campus expansions that we were planning on. And then unissued, authorized but unissued, you have about another $7 million that's available to be issued. And part of that was the forethought back in 2014 was to replace turf at Willow Springs and the high school in the multipurpose as well as the competition field. About 2.2 million in total was included in there. So there's about 14 million that we have available for, not all for him, not for these types of projects, but you have 7 million on hand right now that you could get started with some improvements if you so chose, but particularly those that are going to help reduce our maintenance and operations cost to continue to utilize those facilities or make them available for kids. And obviously, the sooner we do something, particularly at baseball and softball, then the sooner we can start realizing the savings from the maintenance and operation budget.
So rental fees, obviously, we could rent those fields pretty frequently, sounds like. Maybe even get a baseball club or softball club to make it a home.
Mm-hmm.
And then just thinking about those fields out back, like soccer. I always hear soccer it's hard for people to find soccer fields and stuff like that, these clubs. I would assume that would be another opportunity for rental back there, right, that we don't have today, that could potentially 7-on-7 tournaments would be a huge thing.
Yeah, I think part of looking at the practice fields, and I want to make sure that you didn't miss what Coach said, Coach Ross, that it really helps extend the life of those competition fields. Because now the wear and tear that we are doing today, where we're on there 7 days a week, practically, some with rentals, but now it allows you to push those to a different area. To your point earlier about in 2013 when we replaced the turf at the main stadium, the question was, this the only one y'all have on the site? Yes, it's the only one we have. Well, then it's going to narrow your time or the availability that it'll last.
Well, I like the fact that when you do this, you're taking the pressure off of even, I know ever going up there and the band is out practicing in the parking lot and you got other kids trying to drive into the parking lot to park for school. I mean, it's just a mess. Wouldn't that, for our band, wouldn't that take some pressure off of them having to be on the parking lot?
Those fields are full.
Okay.
So Charles, talk into the mic, please, sir.
Yes, sir. The fields will they're full. And they're lined for football, then soccer, and then one would have baseball, one would have softball in the corner, the infield, and then one would have lacrosse as well. So you have opportunities to rent to various groups. But then to answer your question, it'd be a great opportunity for our marching band, for our drill team. You know, that they're constantly, you know, we're trying to schedule, and they are phenomenal to work with. But, you know, we're sharing one facility, like Dr. Womack was talking about, with a lot of kids. Again, 1,400 kids at Lovejoy High School are in extracurriculars, 1,400. So, you know.
Strength and conditioning facilities, the ability for the programs to actually utilize those with the number of kids needing to be in one spot at one time. I know that changes, especially for some of the programs.
Yes, sir.
So to the extent we can expand that to allow for, you know, the girls and the boys to have the same opportunity to strength and condition would be a nice piece of this puzzle as we solve for it.
Yes. And when we were gathering information, when we were looking, it's $168,500 to upgrade. That's both weight rooms. That was the one in the building that is primarily used by both of our basketball teams and by our volleyball team, and then sometimes softball. And then you have the outside one that's in the indoor, and that's used by everyone starting at 7 a.m. till 7 p.m. I'm not kidding.
We might also get rid of those railroad cars that we store stuff in.
That's the railroad car is used by our theater department. That's where they store props. Believe it or not, the ones behind the multipurpose.
No, I'm talking about.
Oh, at baseball. Yeah. I'm with you. I thought you were talking about behind the multipurpose.
Oh, no.
Yes, we did look at storage, and then one thing Dr. Womack talked a little bit about as far as just as we're doing these fields, if we do them at the same time, you know, Hellas said we would save around $200,000 by doing all of the sports fields in one job, as opposed to saying one or two now, a couple next year. You know, there's a significant savings just in the economy of scale of the job.
How long does it take to do one? I haven't been on the board since.
So they'll tell you somewhere between 60 and 90 days. So like, you know, if we started the job, you would have to do football pretty quick to get it done, because you would have to do it and then turn around and knock the indoor. And I don't know if they would do baseball and softball. I don't know if they would have two crews or one. I can't answer that.
As soon as school's out, it sounds like if you have something that we want to move forward with.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Broader topic since we're talking about bond, one of the things, and I was asked here recently, also around our property that's sitting over off of Estates Parkway, of any potential utilization down the road or selling that property. Is it the right time to sell the property from an appraisal standpoint? If it keeps going up, do we sit on it longer? All those sort of things. I don't know, Dr. Womack, if you have any thoughts around that, but I guess it's also important for the community to understand that if you do sell it, you either apply it against capital projects or use it to buy down our existing debt.
That's correct. So really, as we look across what our facilities are and what facilities we have, I currently do not know of a need for that property long-term in terms of any other educational facility that might be needed down the road, especially that is apart from any campus existing campus that we have. So from a standpoint of holding the property, I don't know if there is a educational need to hold it. It's about 19 acres, plus or minus a half acre or so. There's no 19 acres in the district left that's in the Lovejoy boundaries that hasn't already been developed or is in the process of being developed. So I think there is a definitely, because we've held on to it as long as we have, that there's some opportunity there.
We also need kids to see.
Yeah, we did, yeah.
And Dr. Womack, I mean, I can see there's some questions in the audience by looking at some folks. So if we were to sell that property, it's illegal for us to use any of those funds for maintenance and operation budgetary items.
That's correct. You have to use, as Mr. Collins said, you have to use those funds to extinguish debt out of the INS, or use those funds on a capital improvement that would have come from INS anyway. And so those are your two options.
That point's been made a couple times tonight, but I mean, I find myself answering questions about it out in the community. So everything that Coach Ross has talked about comes from the INS side of the budget, and it may have some positive benefit for the M&O side in terms of increased rental opportunities, decreased costs, and then of course it has the opportunities expansion for our own students. But that's the only way capital dollars can benefit the M&O side.
Yes, sir. Exactly. Our current budget proposal has an assumption here that we're doing some of this stuff. So for that to be realized in the next school year, we've got to get on it.
That's right. So the time is of the essence. The sooner you want to recoup the 50,000 that we are budgeting.
And hopefully augment revenue.
Right, and augment, the sooner the better, at least on a portion. But to Coach Ross's point earlier, Jack, you might turn that mic down just a little bit. To Coach Ross's point earlier, that the economy of scale does give you some value, some benefit of, so that you're not having a contractor come out multiple times. They come out one time, there's one fee, so 200,000 in savings if you were to consider some multiple at the same time.
When do we project that we would get some of that insurance money from our flooding? Do we know that?
That is a great question. I would say, and normally our insurance company's been pretty good. As the board might recall, they even sent money one time where we weren't even eligible.
I remember.
So, and we normally don't have much issue with recouping those costs. Really, at this time, Mr. Dillon is working with them on making sure that we've dotted the I's and crossed the T's on the actual expenditures that are needed. And so there's a little haggling that has gone back and forth about what needs to be replaced, as you would expect, in terms of water damage. Literally down to replacing lockers that were just put in a few years ago because of the water damage. So as soon as we are, I would say by the summer would be realistic that we would be able to get that work done and recoup those costs.
So there's a lot here. Is it possible to get estimates and proposals on, say, a plan A, a plan B, a plan C, so that we could say, hey, this is what it looks like if we do everything that we identify a need for, or we want to add, or we want to improve on. And then maybe a tier 1, a tier 2, or a tier 3 option that's something that we could look at and say, yes, we want to move forward with that, and let's move that forward with a proposal, or at least narrow it down so that we can evaluate that.
Absolutely. So that menu of options up there, we can absolutely put those into basically packages and say, to your point, a level 1, level 2, level 3, or tier piece of it, and provide you that with the cost estimates to go with it.
The only thing that I would say that I would be interested in understanding if it's of value and consensus, but technology is certainly a huge component of our ability to train these kids because the limitation of reps and strength and conditioning ultimately relate to their ability to stay healthy. And as the kids become more focused day in and day out on these sports, and I'm as bad as anybody about it, so I'm talking to myself, but with an injured child or two of them. But the more we can utilize technology and limited reps, but quality reps to help enhance what we're doing, the better we are going to be taking care of our kids. And the quicker they're going to learn and the better they're going to be. But so to the extent there's technology, hit tracks or Rhapsodo or football related stuff that we could consider, I would certainly love to see that in one proposal, at least to understand it. That's making sense.
It does. And on those more time sensitive ones, we can come back in May and provide an update on those.
Any other questions?
Thanks for all the research y'all did on that. You and Coach Bucket.
Thanks, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we're almost finished here. So item 12 is to announce our board continuing education credits. So just so folks know that board of trustees across the state of Texas are required to complete so many hours a year training in continuous education. And so nice to be able to share that our board of trustees have met or exceeded that required training in continuous education. So thank you all for that and the diligence around that above and beyond. Next up, item 13, Dr. Womack.
So in the interest of time, I will keep it short. Willow Springs has a volunteer opportunity for all board members on Thursday, most likely Thursday, because I'm thinking Friday's weather out forecast doesn't look that great. But if you're available there, it's from the start of school to the end of school. They'll have a little service project going on outdoors there at Willow Springs, and they would love for you to swing by and say hi as you're able. And then there's a plethora of opportunities to see our kids participate and compete in various things. And wow, what an amazing art gallery we had in the admin building at 5 with those from kinder all the way through the high school. And what a showing from our exceptional artists at the high school level, as well as our swim team and our journalism yearbook and Red Ledger. So tonight's been really fun from that perspective of honoring kids and getting to see the fruits of all of the labor that goes into their programming. So thank you to the board for all that you do. I know it's sometimes a thankless job, but thank you for all of your work.
Thank you. Any other announcements from the group? All right, thank you for our community for being here, and thank you for your comments and spending the time. Thank you for the patience and support. It's not easy. Commend all of these board members for their due diligence and appreciate the support and the patience. And we'll convene Sunday for a special meeting to continue answering questions and dig in even deeper. So that is it on our end. With that, this meeting is adjourned.